presentation, and then should be able to get started. Hold on, let me make sure that I'm on the right thing. Love using Zoom. 1 second. Make sure that everybody's set. Okay. All right, well, welcome everyone to the first annual Research Symposium for Acceptance Society. If all of you could just keep your mics upon entering the room, that'd be appreciated. Thank you, welcome everyone. Can everybody see the screen all right? We good to go? Excellent. Okay, well, welcome to all the Acceptance Society members and to any of those that are watching on the YouTube Live. The thought behind the annual research symposium was actually posited by this one here, Miss Katie Ibsen. She had come to us a couple months ago asking for us to host a research symposium, and what we really wanted this space to be, both as a community, but we also wanted it to be a space where people could share their research from both inside and outside of academia and provide a space for you to share your works in progress. This is a day where we're going to be sharing members will be sharing various projects that are at various stages of coming to fruition. So whether people are at the beginning stages of kind of figuring out the general questions of their research, or this is something that they may be turning into a published article or something of the like, then today is going to provide the space for them to share that work and for us to support them. So the way that this is going to go is that we have the first panel here, which we're going to start with Christy Strange, and then we're going to have Lainey, who will be presenting their research, and then we're going to have a Q&A at the end of their two presentations. So make sure that you're taking notes and that you're keeping up with the presentation so that way you can ask questions. And we're also going to be checking questions that may be coming in through YouTube. But is there anything that you wanted to add, Katie, before we kind of got started?
Yeah, I'm just really excited that, first of all, Accepted let me run this little shindig, and I've been reading everyone's abstracts and like the titles of your research. I'm really excited to actually get to hear it and see you guys present. So thank you all for submitting it and being here today.
Yes, very excited. Hold on, just want to make sure. Oh, well, Ashley, you are actually with the second panel for today. So we'll have the Q&A, and then you'll have your presentation at 10.
There's also an updated schedule on the
yes. Yeah, the updated schedule is both on Instagram, on our stories, as well as on the forum. So just double check the schedule for the time slot that we have allotted. There was a couple of people that had dropped out, so we shifted a few things around, but we wanted to make sure that everybody got their slot. So without further ado, we are going to get started with, we're going to start with some introductions, because those of us in the room, though we may have met in the accountability workshops and on the forum and whatnot, sorry. We wanted to make sure that you also had a space to kind of share who you are, what it is that you study, so that way we can also get to know each other. So Lainey, I'm gonna have you start us off, and then we're gonna like popcorn around. If you can see everybody on the side, can you see everyone at the moment? Excellent. So if you want to go ahead and quickly introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Lainey. I study the Salem witch trials. And a subject I want to know. I didn't expect your question. I mean, I just want to know more about what everyone else has done today. So yeah. I'm just going to go with that very simple answer. I'm going to go to Robert.
Hi, my name is Robert Coleman. I study creative expression in the Holocaust, and subject I want to know more about is probably space. I think it's so cool and like low-key kind of scary, but yeah, I'll pass it on to Christy.
Hi, my name's Christy, and I have a master's in Gothic literature and film, and my primary research focuses on eco-Gothic, Anthropocene, climate fiction, nautical Gothic, all those sort of things wrapped into one. So my research today is quite a branching off of that. And a subject I want to know more about, I'm quite interested in Lainey's work, so I'm really excited to hear more about the witches. And I will popcorn that to Heather.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heather, and I study political science, specifically civil rights laws in American political development. And I also am very excited to hear about the witch trials. I studied a little bit about it in undergrad, and it's just really cool to me. I will popcorn it over to Kristen.
Maybe, okay, there we go.
Do I still, I'm not presenting, do I still go?
Yeah, no, we want everybody to be able to.
Oh, okay. My name's Kristen. I am off camera because I literally just woke up, so I won't subject you all to what I look like first thing in the morning. I study legal history in the Victorian era. In the past, I've done the social ramifications of the policing of domestic violence in the Victorian era, and future studies I would like to focus on the policing of homosexuality and the legal ramifications around that in the Victorian era. And the subject I want to know more about, I fall down random like YouTube rabbit holes, the most recent one being like triathlon runners. So I'm very interested in triathlons right now, but who's to say that will be what I'm interested in next week. But right now, that's what it is.
Excellent.
And then let me just scroll down to see who else is here. Let's go to Roshni.
Hello, I am Roshni McCartney. I just completed my undergraduate degree in business administration and social innovation. And similar to Kristen, I go down rabbit holes very often, and I also don't have my camera on because it is 7 a.m. right now where I am.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, it's 7 a.m. on a Sunday, but I am here and I'm ready to go. I'm going to pass it over to Ashley.
Hi everyone, so I'm Ashley. I am a Master's of Library and Information Science student at the University of Toronto, and my research looks at the link between, at the University of Pittsburgh. I've been at the same institution for a long time, I just switched. My research looks at the history of disability and its relationship to art in the long 19th century in France. I'm also very interested in hearing about the witch trials and Christie's stuff on the eco-Gothic, and I will pass it over to Tyler.
Hello, so my name is Tyler. I am a master's student in my second year right now studying literature. I tend to focus on modernist and postmodernist literature, anything experimental. But yeah, gender studies has been a massive portion of my research, so that's what I'm going to be talking about later. And a subject I want to know more about, I have been really into, after taking a summer class this semester on it, electronic literature, which is literature that could only be produced via computer or via electronics. And I found that super fascinating because it's like video games, but not. So that is what I am getting super into. And I will pass it on to Hannah.
Okay, that does sound really cool. I never heard about electric literature or electronic literature, but yeah, my name's Hannah. I'm an undergrad studying neuroscience specifically. Right now, I spent the summer researching in a lab the effects of early life stress and adversity on certain circuitry in the brain that can, like serotonergic circuitry in the brain that can predispose certain individuals to certain mood disorders. And so definitely focusing more on like the cellular and molecular mechanisms of stress, though I want to later shift to behavioral research because I kind of find that more interesting. And then a subject that I want to know more about is just broadly women and gender studies, or just gender studies in general, and specifically how that kind of, how notions of gender affects like education and quality of education, because I've had personal experience, just I feel like we all do in a way with that. So yeah, that's just something I want to learn more about. And then I think, Juliet, have you not been called on?
No, I haven't. So I'm Juliet and I study applied statistics at Columbia. and I'm looking to apply to PhDs for special education. So I'm kind of like switching to something else. So I study academic assessments in those with autism spectrum disorder. And something I want to learn more about is qualitative research because I'm more on the quantitative side.
Excellent. And Amber, how about you go next? I believe you are muted.
This might be a little bit better. My name is Amber Charles. I'm working on my master's in English literature and history. Specifically, I want to focus more on race and resistance, like resistance movements throughout history, especially like World War II and civil rights. A subject that I want to know more about, I'm liking the talk on the witch trials, so I'm excited for that. So we're gonna stick to that. Let's see, Lydia, did you go?
Hi, I'm Lydia. I have a PhD in cultural anthropology. Specifically, I'm a political and legal anthropologist. My dissertation research focused on the intersection of higher education, migration, and asylum seeking in the lives of Kurdish young adults from Turkey. And I am interested in learning about everything, but personally, I've been diving into historical anthropology recently. So excited to be here.
Excellent. And then Elliot, I know you just arrived, but would you be willing to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey, hi. I'm sorry. I really just arrived, so I have to get into the, so my name is Elliot. My pronouns are they, them. I just submitted a PhD proposal here in Switzerland, which would be researching the emerging trans movement in the German-speaking countries from the 60s onwards, and related to that, the kind of knowledges and discourses that were negotiated within that movement formation. And subjects that I want to know more about, obviously anything relating to gender or queer topics. I'm always interested in these angles in any types of research inquiries. And methodologies, different methodologies are also always interesting to me. Yeah, glad to be here.
Excellent. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you all so much for introducing yourselves. Go ahead and let Katie introduce herself as well.
Hello, I'm Katie. I'm part of the administrative team for Accepted Consulting and Accepted Society. I am currently studying fashion theory at Parsons School of Design. My orientation is tomorrow, so I start next week. Very excited about it. It's a master's program, and a subject I'd like to know more about. There's a lot of them. I used to study Mesoamerican archaeology, but I have never studied classics archaeology, so that's something I'd like to know more about.
Excellent. And my name is Kaylin. I am the founder of Accepted Consulting and Accepted Society, and I study the law of slavery in the Black Atlantic. And I am also obsessed with studying things about the Titanic. And it's a strange obsession. It's a little far afield. However, I was talking to Katie about this the other day. I want desperately to know more about the insurance claim after the fact and actually go into those records in Liverpool. So that is something I want to learn more about. It's a little off the wall, but it is in fact what I think about far too often. All right, so without further ado, we're going to go ahead and hand it off to Christy. So Christy, you'll have about 15 minutes to give your presentation. You don't have to fill the entire time. You are also welcome to embed questions within your presentation if you have them for any feedback that you might like. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Am I able to share my screen at all? Let me see. So I do have a wee PowerPoint that I will pop up. Can everybody see that? Excellent. Let me just get myself situated here. There we go. So again, just to say at the beginning that my name is Christy. I study the Gothic, And today my paper is a deviation from what I normally study. And just based off of what people were saying in introductions, a lot of my primary research focuses on gender studies and queer studies within the eco-Gothic. So I'll pop up a link at the end for a paper that's relevant for that. But today I am talking about Victoria Schwab's Monsters of Verity duology in my paper titled The American Nightmare. And I can say that I will take the full 15 minutes, might take 16 minutes, but I won't be more than that. And also trigger warnings for this paper. I am talking about dark subject matter. So specifically, I'm speaking on gun violence and shootings within America, eating disorders, and there's also some mention of suicide. So if you're uncomfortable with any of that, please do pop off for this presentation and then come back in about 15 minutes. So this paper examines the effects of a neoliberal urban Gothic society on the post-millennial generation in Victoria Schwab's Monsters of Verity duology, comprised of This Savage Song and Our Dark Duet. And for the purpose of this paper presentation today, I will focus on the former due to time restrictions, but in my extended version of this paper, I speak about both of these texts. And I ultimately argue that Schwab highlights the modern horrors of American society through a reimagining of a collapsed United States forced to face the consequences of neoliberalism. Violence is no longer about revenge on an individual, but on the whole of society. Schwab uses a dystopian lens to demonstrate the extreme traumatic conditions that the youth of a neoliberal society endure in order to establish a sense of identity and belonging. I explore this alongside the overwhelming anger felt by American youth towards a society that has failed them. And this anger plays an important role throughout the duology, mirroring the real-life anger of a generation forced to march for our lives. This is a generation that not only feels fearful, but threatened by the system that they are trapped within. In case you're not familiar with the text, This Savage Song is set in a collapsed United States, now formed of 10 territories, which are triggered by national unrest following the Vietnam War. These territories are formed from existing states and are given names such as prosperity, verity, grace, temperance, etc. And this first novel is set in a territory called Verity, a closed zone under quarantine due to an event described as the phenomena, which I have a quote regarding here. So Schwab explains, someone pulls a trigger, sets off a bomb, drives a bus full of tourists off a bridge, and what's left in the wake isn't just shell casings, wreckage, bodies. There's something else, something bad, an aftermath, a recoil, a reaction to all that anger and pain and death. That's all the phenomena was really, a tipping point. Verity had always been violent, the worst in all 10 territories. It was only a matter of time before there was enough mass and all that bad started pulling itself together. And this speaks directly to the violence of 21st century America. Contextually, this duology was inspired by the horrific school shooting that took place at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012, when a 20-year-old killed 26 people, 20 of whom were children. This sent shockwaves throughout America due to the young age of the victims. And from this moment on, organizations began to map and track school shootings, bringing to light the sheer volume and frequency of these mass tragedies. Schwab has stated in interviews that she had written the book with the hope that things would be better by the time it was published in 2016. Sadly, the number of mass shootings have only continued to increase over the years. And in May this year, we witnessed yet again another tragic shooting at an elementary school in Texas, claiming the lives of another 19 children alongside 2 teachers. Thus, the importance of this text cannot be understated, as gun violence only continues to increase and increasingly tends to target children and youth. Schwab forces us to face the real horrors experienced by American youth, rather than shying away from its brutality. She breaks down these notions of a simple ignorance and instead places a magnifying glass to societal structures and their failings. So within this novel, in Verity, the capital city, is divided between North City and South City. Schwab uses this divide to explicitly illustrate the inequality of neoliberalism. The people who live in North City pay for their safety, and in an illusion of normalcy, whereas in South City, the idealistic Flynn task force fights to protect the city. Additionally, this task force seeks to eliminate monsters as well as sinners who bring violence into the world. Not only does this divide call for a decision from the humans, citizens, but also from monsters as well. Thus, Schwab highlights the false impression of choice that neoliberalism generates. If humans want safety, they can choose to pay. If not, they can choose to fight. Otherwise, they are on their own, outcasts on the very edge of society. Additionally, the corruption of the system is demonstrated explicitly in the treatment of individuals who commit violent acts, these sinners. If a sinner lives in North City, they remain safe so long as they can pay. And a prime example of this is Callum Harker himself, the mob boss of North City, who earns and maintains his power through horrific acts. Instead, Harker embodies the ideologies of a neoliberal society that views competition as the defining characteristic of human relations. It rewards merit and punishes inefficiency. Fiscal prosperity results in sinners being able to continuously commit violent acts without personal consequence. And as Miguel argues, these echoes of past crime within the urban Gothic suggest the criminal past haunts the civic present and prevents true progression towards equality. Monstrosity is no longer out there, but within the very heart of the nation and seemingly inescapable. The monsters of verity represent the haunted past, an echo of violence, framed in terms of institutional power and oppression, and records the pleasures and costs of a particular social system. The past crimes of America haunt its present and allow for the continuation of violence and oppression. And I also explore this further in relation to the second novel, Our Dark Duet, in the extended version of this paper and the unique monsters that come out from this particular novel. Ultimately, Schwab suggests that monstrosity is an inescapable truth of neoliberalism, and monsters are an inevitable consequence, monsters who walk among us. In this savage song, the phenomena breeds three kinds of monsters from the shadows of violent acts: the Korsai, Malkai, and Sunai. And each one is created from a very specific kind of violence: non-lethal, murder, and mass tragedy, respectively. The phenomena highlights Kristeva's theory of the abject through the repulsion of this otherness, these violent acts of human monstrosity, from the self and from the whole of humanity. Kristeva argues that the abject is essentially different from uncanniness, more violent too. Abjection is elaborated through a failure to recognize its kin. Nothing is familiar, not even a shadow of a memory. And that's exactly what these monsters are: a shadow of a memory, a violent memory that forces its remembrance. Ultimately, the other that exists within the self is expelled outside of the body, and this repulsion results in a literal split. Hogel argues that in abjection, the most multifarious, inconsistent, and conflicted aspects of our beings are thrown off onto seemingly repulsive monsters that both obscure and reveal this otherness from our preferred selves. Thus, the abject shatters repressions of fear and anxieties and forces them to the surface. This ultimately forces a confrontation between the I and the other, between that which is both within and outside of the self, and results in the formation of identity. Therefore, the monsters of verity manifests the effects of systems of domination and dehumanization that create them. The monstrosity of neoliberalism becomes impossible to ignore, as it literally breeds monsters that threaten humanity and foreshadows a complete societal collapse. Schwab illustrates this inescapable truth in each monster's specific origins, especially the Sunai, arguably the most powerful of the triad, who are soul eaters born from mass tragedy. One of only three Sunai, one of the main characters, August Flynn's origin story, is a heartbreaking one that embodies the most disturbing truth of 21st century America. He'd woken up in the shape of a 12-year-old boy, because that's how old they'd been. the bodies in the black bags when it started with a bang. This is the ultimate cost of a neoliberal society, a generation shaped by panic, violence, and fear. August goes on to say, I'm what happens when a kid is so afraid of the world that he lives in that he escapes it the only way he knows how, violently. Now, Schwab uses August's creation to reflect on the United States' horrific history of school shootings. And this is highlighted further when August crosses from South City into North City. Quote, anger flared through him at the sight, the illusion of this safe, clean city, and the tallies across his skin prickled in warning. And this is an anger that recalls the very sentiments of the March for Our Lives protests held in the United States, when students led demonstrations calling for gun legislation to prevent future gun violence across the nation, especially within schools. This is a generation unprotected from the consequences of its neoliberal society, a generation viewed as both monsters and victims. Schwab demonstrates this conflicted stereotypical view of teenagers in August, who literally embodies the teenage monster. The tallies that appear on August's skin mark the days that have passed since he last went dark. And when a Sunai goes dark, there is no such thing as monster or human, sinner or innocent. Everyone perishes. The warning August feels demonstrates the rage of a post-millennial youth towards the injustice and inequalities of neoliberalism, the rage of a generation left to save a dying world. Nevertheless, August must control these emotions. He fears nothing more than the loss of control, the loss of himself when he goes dark. And in retaliation against his own body, August starves himself because of the disgust he has towards his own monstrous identity. He wants to prove that he can be human, that he belongs in this world. But in a cruel twist of fate, the longer he starves himself, the closer he comes to his truly monstrous form. He doesn't fit into the definitions of human or monster, and even his diet is different to the other monsters of Verity, feeding not on human blood, but on the soul of sinners. Thus, August is left to figure out how and where he belongs in this world, unsure of his purpose. He is desperate to mirror the kindness, the humanity that he sees in his adoptive father, Henry Flynn, and is desperate for his approval. However, this overwhelming sense of a lack of belonging, a lack of humanity, is an impossibility that results in panic and is shown as August slips closer towards darkness. Quote, I can't go dark again. I'm holding on to every little piece, and if I let go, I can't get them back, and I don't want to disappear. August is simply a boy terrified of his own identity, scared of what it makes him. Alternatively, our other main character, Kate Harker, is a human teenage girl who desires nothing more than to be monstrous like her father. Like August, she is desperate for her father's approval, and the only way she is able to achieve this is by mirroring his monstrosity. An understandable desire when we learn her mother died by an apparent suicide. Kate is scarred, metaphorically and physically, from witnessing her mother's inability to cope with the new reality that followed the phenomenon. As a result, she understands the cruel nature of the neoliberal ideology her father has established. Kate believes that she must become a monster in order to survive in this new world. If she does not want to be forgotten, she must fight for her father's recognition and respect. And a pivotal scene that demonstrates Kate's determination is when she volunteers to kill Amalkai, who breaks her father's rules. Kate muses, she'd show him, she could be strong, she could be cunning, she could be cold. Like her father, she shows no mercy. However, despite the calm exterior, Schwab highlights once again one of the most prominent issues faced by the post-millennial generation: anxiety. Kate is riddled with anxiety from an inconceivable loss of her mother and subsequent pressures of her remaining paternal figure, who polices the boundaries of legitimacy, thereby constituting meaning, behavior, and identity. Kate struggles to find her own separate identity from her parents, and this is also apparent in her fashion and music tastes, which can be described as goth or punk. And this performative identity allows Kate to exist outside of fear and feel in control of some aspect of her life. Kate, like most youth, has no idea who she is and fears what she might or might not become. This is a generation that feels helpless against the neoliberal structures within it, playing to the expectations, and trapped in the city's never-ending rat race. At the end of this savage song, it becomes impossible for Kate to ignore her father's true monstrosity and realizes her dreams of being a family is ruined. The success and power of her father is rendered meaningless when she understands the cost. This results in a desire for justice as Kate declares, "You're not a father. You're not even a man. You're a monster." The masculine identity that she has chased since the beginning of the novel is laid bare before her. No longer a person to aspire to, but a repulsive monster. And in wake of this enlightenment, Kate's identity takes a dramatic turn. Every violent act has a consequence, and Kate is no exception. Most of the shadows stood still, but one began to crawl, spreading like the pool of blood, now stiff, away from the body and up the wall. It stretched and twisted and drew itself upright off the blood-flecked wall and into the room. She was tall and thin with pointed nails that shone like metal and eyes that glowed like cigarettes. Kate births a monster. After accidentally killing a man in self-defense, the shadow of this violence transforms itself into a Malkai, Kate's counterfeit. Schwab makes this explicitly clear in the description of the monster's nails and eyes, two details consistently attributed to Kate. When asked what her name is, the Malkai responds with Alice, the name of Kate's mother. The masculine identity that Kate sought from her father has shifted to the feminine identity of her mother, the very thing she was most afraid of at the beginning of the novel. And like her mother, Kate has denied a neoliberal ideology. Nevertheless, Schwab emphasizes that Kate fundamentally achieves her original goal. In a way, she has become monstrous like her father. Their counterfeits of both Kate and her father are brought together as an othered family. This poses the question of whether Kate has truly escaped the monstrous neoliberal society of Verity, and a question that is once again explored further in Our Dark Duet. Thus, in conclusion, Kate and August highlight the sufferings of post-millennial youth. Kate grounds herself by asking, "Where are you?" as she imagines parallel worlds where there are no monsters, a place that still offers the comfort of her mother's arms. August, on the other hand, understands that his existence starts not from a bang, but a whimper. They are teenagers abandoned by society and desperately trying to understand how and where they belong in a dying world, seeking an identity within a system that continuously fails them. Schwab's approach of simultaneously threatened and threatening teens demonstrates this as a generation that fights back against the oppressive, violent systems that demand unchallenged compliance. Ultimately, Schwab questions if we can ever truly slay the monstrosity of neoliberalism and regain our humanity. Thank you very much, everybody. That is all from me. Thank you.
Well done, Christy. Thank you so much for that lovely presentation. We have many questions for you, but we will leave them to after Lainey's presentation. Lainey, do you need screen sharing? Nope.
No.
No worries.
I'm good to start.
Yes, please, by all means, take us away.
All right. Just a little background. I'm kind of in the middle, almost, or beginning middle of my research on this particular topic. So what I'm presenting today is sort of just a snippet of the beginning of what's coming together for me. So it's not a full version, and I welcome any and all feedback. So today I'm discussing the intergenerational conflict and the 1692 Salem witch trial accusations. So good morning. On March 13th, 1692, a young girl was afflicted with spectral attacks by an older woman she could not identify. With some prompting from her mother, it became evident that Rebecca Nurse was in fact her tormentor. Rebecca was a beloved member of the community, a woman in her 70s, a grandmother many times over. Her reputation preceded her as a pious woman, the picture of a good Puritan, a true living saint. Her husband, Francis, a prominent farmer in the Salem village, was a vocal part of the anti-Paris faction, a group committed to removing Samuel Paris as minister from the Salem village church. The factionalism in the village is often considered the tipping point that sparked the Salem witch trials. When the accusations began, Rebecca became one of the accused. Her accusers, a woman named Ann Carr Putnam and her daughter, Ann Jr., the wife and daughter of Sergeant Thomas Putnam Jr., another influential member of the village community. In Arthur Miller's The Crucible, Thomas Putnam Jr. is known to popular culture as a somewhat villainous character, making accusations that furthered his quest for land and power. There is some truth to Miller's depiction of Putnam. Thomas Putnam Jr. was a prominent figure in the Salem witch trials. His wife and daughter were the third and fourth accusers during the trials. He also became an accuser against 34 people and testified against 17. Thomas Jr. acted as a clerk during the trials, and some historians have noted that his note-taking was precise and potentially skewed towards getting indictments and convictions. In his record of the Putnam family history, Eben Putnam describes Thomas Putnam Jr. as having, quote, a decisive and obstinate nature. He had great influence in the village and did not hesitate to use it. Sergeant Putnam and probably his wife were firm believers in the whole matter. There seems to be but little doubt. He showed a lamentable lack of common sense, but so did many others, end quote. Puritans held themselves as living saints, nearly infallible. That sort of righteousness creates a shortfall from grace. Arthur Miller's account of the witch trials show how easy it is to vilify Putnam and his family for their role in the Salem witch trials. His involvement in the factionalism that preceded the accusations and his position as a pro-Paris member of the village forced him into having to rationalize the afflictions that began in Paris's home. Furthermore, if Eben Putnam's description is correct, he could be a difficult person. However, there is a good reason why we should not vilify him. Thomas Putnam Jr. was a product of his environment. I intend to show how the intergenerational conflict in early New England motivated Putnam's role in the witch trials as he struggled to find his worth within that environment. In Salem Possessed, Stephen Nissenbaum and Paul Boyer proposed that Putnam's relationship with his stepmother, Mary Varon Putnam, and half-brother Joseph played a significant part in his involvement in the trials. Mary was the second wife of Thomas Putnam Sr. They were married in 1666, a year after Thomas Jr.'s mother passed. Thomas Putnam Sr. arrived in New England with his father, John Putnam, in 1641. They were both granted land that same year. Thomas Putnam, 61 years old, was granted 100 acres. Thomas Putnam Sr., 26 years old, 50 acres. As John Putnam's eldest son, Thomas Sr. inherited most of his land, making him one of the wealthiest landowners in Salem Village. However, their land was inland of the river, making it difficult to expand their business and reach into the prominent society of Salem town. Thomas Putnam Jr. understood that the location of his father's estate and the shares given to his siblings meant he would never surpass or even reach his father's affluence. An advantageous marriage could help, so Thomas Putnam married Ann Carr. However, that would not be the opportunity he expected it to be. When his father-in-law, George Carr, passed, his will did not leave anything to his daughter, Anne. Thomas, along with his brothers-in-law, contested the will to no avail. Thomas's bad luck continued when Thomas Sr. remarried and had a son from that second marriage in 1669. In 1686, when Thomas Sr. died, he left most of his estate to his wife, Mary, and his youngest son, Joseph. Concluding that he had already set up his other two sons, Thomas Jr. and Edward, with land to use, they were settled regarding his estate. There is some evidence that the custom was to leave equal shares to the eldest sons of each marriage. Thomas Jr. and Joseph would have received equal shares of his father's estate. Coupled with the estate Thomas Sr. left to his wife, which included a home she purchased before her marriage to Thomas Sr., Joseph inherited the majority portion of the Putnam estate upon Mary's death. Quote, Thomas Putnam Jr. watched impotently while Joseph, who could have only been seen as an interloper though he bore the family name, moved quickly and effortlessly into a privileged position in the village, end quote. Thomas believed his stepmother had cheated him, sorry. Once again, Thomas contested Thomas Sr.'s will with his brother Edward. In his complaint, Thomas wrote, quote, Mary Putnam, relicit and executrix of my late honored father, these are to enter caution against the said will humbly. There may not be any procedure in the probation of said will until I be heard what I have to allege concerning it, end quote. What Thomas alleged was his father could not have been of sound mind when he changed and signed his will at the end of his life. His stepmother must have forged a signature to steal Thomas's rightful inheritance. Nissenbaum and Boyer put forth the theory that Ann Putnam, the wife of Thomas Putnam Jr., made accusations against Rebecca Nurse as a projection of their anger towards his stepmother, Mary. However, quote, more likely a combination of simpler causes, Rebecca's ascent in the world compared with Putnam's disappointment and diminished riches, Rebecca's reputation as Puritan perfection, her link by marriage and kinship with those opposed to the Putnams, and her mother's reputation for witchcraft, end quote, were the more obvious reasons for the Putnams targeting Rebecca Nurse. However, it should be noted Rebecca was part of the older generation, and Thomas Putnam Jr. felt inferior. In his book, Power and Pulpit in Puritan New England, Edward Eliot considered the following key question. How can we understand the powerful hold the sermon had upon the imaginations of the New England Puritans, end quote. As presented by Eliot, the answer is an intergenerational conflict between the first and second generations of New England Puritans. The conflict unfolds through the sermons of Puritan ministers, specifically Increase Mather, the most well-known and respected minister of Puritan New England. Quote, in 1679, Increase Mather stood before his congregation at a time when church members had as yet shown no sign of decline and put forth this analog for New England. Quote, Increase Mather, ye, it is a sad truth that religion hath seldom been upheld in the power of it for above 1 or 2 generations together. History maketh it very manifest that the most corrupt generation were the grandchildren of those that were first embodied, end quote. Frequently, Mather took up the same theme, addressing the children of his congregation, using an image of family separation that was a favorite for New England ministers. Even the halfway covenant, a significant theme in the factionalism preceding the Salem witch trials, was not a response to dwindling membership. Quote, Robert Pope observes that the people and ministers of New England seemed to need the idea of a decline, and thus unwittingly created a myth of the decline, end quote. To what end were the ministers addressing the rising generation as if they were the reason for the decline in Puritanism? As the second generation came of age, their parents became unwilling to relinquish the land and money they had worked for to children they deemed unworthy. Beyond the weaponized ministry, they withheld land by only granting usage, used other elders to surveil their children, and helped delay the age of marriage in favor of keeping children on as free labor. These practices left some deep emotional scars on the second generation. Quote, in 1675, Increase Mather told in one of his sermons about the young boy, Abraham Warner, who had drowned himself in 1660. The ministers, including Increase Mather, began to lessen their attacks on the second generation in the late 1670s and 1680s. They realized they were causing more issues than they were curing. Why does this matter to the Salem witch trials and Thomas Putnam Jr. as an accuser? Thomas Jr. was considered a third-generation New England Puritan. However, he had more in common with the second generation. His father, Thomas Putnam Sr., was 26 when he arrived in 1641 and was granted land along with the first-generation members. Thomas Jr.'s method of creating wealth independent of his father's wealth was an advantageous marriage. He was ambitious to have control in Salem Village and desired entrance into the inner circle of Salem town, comprised of more prominent members of the first generation than Salem Village. In contrast, Joseph Putnam would have been of age when the ministers lessened their constant barrage of attacks from the first generation, insulating him from the ongoing insecurities of not measuring up to the founders, another reason for Thomas Jr. to resent his brother. Due to the constant need to prove himself as a good and worthy Puritan, it seemed natural that Thomas Putnam Jr. would assign himself as the arbiter of truth when the afflictions first began, a true living saint defending New England's covenant against the evils of Satan. People have been questioning the events of 1692 even before the witch trials concluded. Even with the endless volumes of books, articles, and original documents, there are still countless questions. I grew up about 30 minutes from Salem Village, now known as Danvers, Massachusetts. It has always been an essential part of my personal history. Today, the Salem witch trials live within a folklore and popular culture that tend to confuse facts for sensationalism and commerce. This type of erasure makes it as important as ever to continue evaluating the events and people of Salem Village. Humanizing the story of a man like Thomas Putnam Jr. creates a more well-rounded version of the events of the witch trials. Thank you.
Well done, lady. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and open it up to Q&A. You're welcome to either raise your hand and unmute yourself, or you could just drop it in the chat. Then Christy just dropped in some resources for us to check out. Anybody want to get us started?
I had one thought, if I can
By all
share.
means, Katie, go for it.
Lainey, I liked that you called like the understanding of the Salem witch trials today as folklore, because something we study in anthropology is folklore. Is that something that's come up a lot in your research? Like that idea of the way we understand it is more of like a mythos rather than history?
I don't know that many people are writing about it from that perspective, but just my personal relationship to it and living so close to the area, every October it is a tourist trap of just, you know, Halloween type activities, and it's related to, you know, just horror and gore, and obviously the Hocus Pocus movies have become such a huge focus of Salem, you know, and even the fact that people go to Salem, the city, you know, but will never ever visit Danvers where the actual historical records exist, you know, just sort of proves that people have sort of forgotten that there's an actual history there and there were actual people involved in what took place. And I think it's definitely part of, you know, the American imagination more than it is part of American history, as it's not really taught as, it's sort of taught as like a offshoot of history when it's such a major part of what really took place in early colonial times.
I think it'd be cool to look more into that. I really love folklore, especially because, you know, folklore looks at the way that information moves and how it changes and transforms in, I guess, like, as you would say, the American imagination. So thank you for sparking that in my brain.
Anybody else? You're also welcome to make comments about the presentation, parts that you liked, parts that you thought that you learned something. You don't have to necessarily just pose questions.
I have one. First of all, I enjoyed both presentations. They were great, right up my alley. Love witches, love dark, like Gothic literature, all that stuff. Anyways, the comment that I had, and it's more so a question from, because my background is in early modern England and Victorian England and stuff like that. I had a question for Lainey about the Salem witch trial, since it's not really an area that I've researched personally. But I know in England in the 1600s, there was a big, I guess you could call it like a literature following. I don't even know if you could, around the book Demonology by James I/6. And I was just wondering, does that translate over to the panic over witchcraft and stuff in the US at the same time, or the colonies at the same time at that point? Just because I know like that sparked a lot of fear and like a lot of witch hunts with witch finder generals and people whose specific job it was to go to towns and find these witches within these towns and stuff. And I just was wondering if that was like a similar theme in the colonies at the time as well, if you knew anything about that. Just a thought I had.
I actually love this question because I kind of do know the answer.
Oh, yay.
So I believe Demonology was written in the 1500s, and it was an offshoot. James I read the Symposium, or I can't remember the actual title, but it's called The Hammer of Witches, which was written in Germany. And it did become England's kind of go-to law book for witchcraft. And the witch panic in England kind of is most notably from 1643 to 1647, I believe, which Matthew Hopkins, who named himself the Witch Finder General, was responsible for the death of 300 accused witches. when throughout the history of England, I think there was like 500 total before that time. So there was definitely that theme that transferred over to the colonies. And Salem wasn't the first or only witch hunt that happened in the colonies at that time. There was actually a pretty large one in Connecticut about 10 years before Salem. Salem becomes really well known because it's the first cover up in America, and it also sparked the the hatred towards that 1691 charter for Massachusetts that eventually led to the American Revolutionary War. So that's where that becomes a more significant story. But thank you, Tyler. The Malleus Malefic, I still can't pronounce it. So yeah, it definitely was a line from what was going on in England and all over Europe. I mean, they did not decriminalize witchcraft until 1735, I believe, in England. So there was, it was definitely a big way to kind of vilify people throughout history. So yeah, I hope I answered your question sort of okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like a query. Just because I haven't looked at across the pond witch trials, so I was just curious as to how they related. So thank you. That was very interesting.
Excellent. Everybody has like such mixed experiences with the things that their knowledge base. It's awesome. Ashley.
Thank you so much to both presenters. I really enjoyed both of your presentations. My question was for Christy. I was wondering if the book dealt at all with the radicalization of children, or had like any significant themes related to that, just because there's been a lot of talk about like the sort of prefiguration of future tragedy in like contemporary lit. And one of the main ways now that children are being radicalized is obviously through Twitter and through YouTube, because there are sort of huge dearths of content on both of these platforms. So I was just wondering, having not read the book, if that figures at all in the experience of this dystopian society and some of the sort of underground, more secret-ish politics at play.
I would say that overall, no, because a lot of especially the children and youth within the text, there is some elements of that, especially we kind of see that in Kate and how she's trying to form herself into this monstrous kind of almost double of her father, as though that is the only way that she can succeed and remain safe in society is through establishing that same level of violence. But she's probably the only character that we really see of that age who's doing that. There are some, you could kind of go into perhaps more the kind of military aspect that is brought in through the kind of task force that is created, because there are some young people that are within that task force that are out and fighting against these monsters kind of thing, but it's not in a radicalized way, especially in terms of, you see that group as the good, the good group. They're doing the thing to protect humanity, and they're not allowing that consistent cycle of monstrosity to be birthed, and then the people who birth it to be able to get away with those without any consequences. But I also think that speaks to when the novel was written, because obviously it was, as she had said, it's a weird thing to say inspires, but for lack of a better word, as I said, it was inspired by the Sandy Hook shooting that occurred in 2012, and then it came out in 2016. And V. Schwab is a very quick writer. She tends to get a book sort of written within a year or two. And I think that maybe that conversation of radicalization, especially through social media, of youth comes into play within more recent discussions and conversations. So I'm not sure that it was maybe as prominently on her radar at that specific time, but it is interesting to note that the book, well, the series as a whole, in America is marketed as YA fiction, so it's young adult. But in pretty much every other place, including the UK where I live, it's marketed as an adult series because you read the text and you think that this surely cannot be something that's suitable for kids. But it is, again, she's speaking to a reality of American youth that cannot necessarily be shared throughout quite a bit of the world. I wouldn't say the rest of the world. There's definitely areas where it's very much relevant, but it's a very unique perspective, and one of the only sort of texts that I've come across that really dives straight into it head on and doesn't shy away from the really dark reality for youth specifically. This is a book that is written for youth. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. And we have time for one more question. Robert, go for it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed both presentations. My question is for Lainey. So to me, what it sounds like, your objective is to try to almost humanize the Salem witch trials, or try to change the way we talk about or study Salem witch trials. So I'm just wondering, is that a correct estimation of what you're trying to do, or what is your main objective?
That is correct. So just a little bit of history about myself. So I first started researching and writing about the Salem witch trials in my undergrad thesis, which was like, some of you were in diapers when I did that. For me, originally what I wanted to do as an archaeologist was to locate Proctor's Ledge and see if I could find any remains there. I focused a lot on forensic osteology and historical archaeology in my studies, and I wanted to see if I could find any remains there and name them and give them a voice, because I've always felt that that's what those people deserved. So that's certainly not in my wheelhouse now, but it's still something that I feel very deeply that those people that lived in 1692 deserve a voice, and they deserve to be seen as whole people and not just parts and pieces of what, are referred to as folklore and popular culture.
Excellent. As a social historian, I concur. That's amazing. All right, so we are pretty much exactly on time, and we're going to switch gears and turn it over to Ashley and Robert for our next two presentations. So Ashley, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you. Do you have a presentation or anything you need to share?
Yes, I need to share my screen.
I figured. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share with you, and go ahead and get started.
So can you just let me know if you can see when I do present? Is it okay? Okay, perfect. So hello, everyone. I do want to let you know that my presentation may contain trigger warnings for gender inequality, medical practice, and bedriddenness. So if those will be triggering topics for you, you may want to come back in 15 minutes. I'd also like to thank Katie and Kaylin and everyone at Accepted Society for putting the symposium together, having put on many events, both digital and in person. I know how much work it is behind the scenes, so thank you for this and for the opportunity to speak. So my presentation is called Reading Disability in Manet's Olympia. So Edouard Manet's Olympia is one of the most recognizable paintings in the world and standard fare in any survey or introductory art history class. As David J. Getsy's recent path-breaking article in Art History reminds, it is nigh on impossible to avoid this painting as an art historian. Therefore, it serves as a salient way to probe art history's complicated relationship to the nude and its insipid attempts to taxonomize bodies through a white, male, multiphobic lens. Getsy, a queer art historian writing with a trans studies lens in this article, questions the automatic assumption of Olympia as female, with his larger question being about the way that art historians teach the nude and the inherent problematics of the current canon interpretation, which is where our work intersects. I take Manet's painting as case study precisely because it is so recognizable. My own area of focus for doctoral studies is on re-examining French painting in the back half of the long 19th century, exploring the medium's potential for the archiving and recording of the lived experience of disability in a variety of ways, while reflecting the changing nature of looking and the romanticization of certain diseases in French society at that time. Nearly every major figure in French painting in the back half of the long 19th century was either physically or ocularly disabled, but there have been very, very few studies, and most have been done by medical professionals and not art historians, about this very critical element of these painters' lives and work. So to acknowledge my own positionality, I am a disabled white cis female scholar who was either partially or fully bedridden from 2015 to 2019 while I awaited and recovered from bilateral hip replacement surgery. My body has been gazed at, judged, deemed not enough or too much by ableist society for over 3 decades. So when I look at Olympia, in many ways, I see myself, but my interest in reading Olympia through a critical disability studies lens comes not from a desire to see myself represented in the history of painting or the discourse of my own discipline, but rather for the challenges and discursive potentials that Manet's painting can raise about how art history reads paintings and engages with the nude. As Manet was exhibiting his painting in the Salon in Paris, art history was being birthed as a discipline in nearby Germany, both products in their own ways of the long-established European project of looking or gazing. The nude holds a central place in art history. I normally wouldn't censor an image, but I'm aware that we're streaming live on YouTube, and I didn't want to be the reason that this live stream got taken down or the channel got demonetized. So we're going with the censored version here. So the 2 nudes on screen, separated by about 400 years, reveal the place of the nude in origin stories of humanity in a French lens. On the left, under Jean Fouquet's careful hand, God introduces Adam and Eve to each other, representing the origin story of humanity in Judeo-Christian lore. Very much a story about the transition of the human condition from nudity to non-nudity. Courbet's L'Origine du Monde focalizes this origin story, zooming in quite literally on the point at which all humans cease to be ideas and become lived actors on the stage of life. Sometimes this moment of emergence, otherwise known as crowning, has especially high stakes. Fouquet here represents the ultimate Western potentiation of that crowning. The Virgin acquires her throne and crown for crowning her nude son, who sits disinterested upon her lap, her exposed globular breast ready to nourish the cause of man's salvation. The painting is a salient representation for the condition of women across centuries, often valued for what their bodies could produce, with the most valuable of those productions being a male son over any other quality. Olympia has been read as taking its visual references primarily from Giorgione's Sleeping Venus and Titian's Venus of Urbino. Manet was certainly aware of the history of these significant art pieces, and in fact, Olympia was presented at the Salon alongside one of his recent religious paintings, which adhered to a more conventional painting style. This is largely where the buck has stopped, though, for art historians in delving into Manet's source material. Images more germane to his day are rarely considered, likely because these 2 paintings reinforce the sexualized reading of Olympia and build on the Jacques-Louis Davidian neoclassical resurgence in referencing Italian painting and incorporating the artist's techniques into their work. These references, however, all assume that Manet was only trying to speak to a classically beautiful painting standard and that he was necessarily attempting an erotic image. As T.J. Clark noted in his seminal work on Manet and his circle, there is little archival writing about from Manet about this particular painting. So the painter's motivations and intentions remain obscured to us. So I argue that while yes, Manet did draw from previous painting traditions, he also looked to the lived reality of 19th century France and its visual culture, particularly prevalent medical imagery. Parisians were clearly interested in the salon, and Manet anticipated visits to Olympia, as he included a piece of lewd poetry alongside this painting. Although he seemed disinterested in letters to his, or distressed rather, in letters to his friend Baudelaire at the level of scandal and the resulting professional fallout of having painted Olympia, the artist clearly sought to create a public provocation and spectacle. And I posit that the crowding of his room of the Salon, like a packed French medical theater, was exactly the level of awareness of work that Manet had been seeking, since his artistic career was one fraught with financial struggle, as he told Baudelaire in a letter. A year or two before Olympia was released, he was relieved and surprised when multiple of his paintings had sold within a short period of time. Olympia's nude body deviates from the often beatified standards of the nude, lacking its long, lithe limbs, the inherent shapeliness or muscularity of a gendered body, and the tender and beautiful face of a Titian or Poussin. For a nude, Olympia is unfailingly average. Plain face that is neither angular nor round somehow, short limbs with puffy fingers and toes and knobby knees, a tattered slipper, brown hair, and a sickly complexion. The painting has most often been read as a scene of prostitution, enforcing the sexualization and subjugation of women under the male gaze, with little attention having been paid to some of its other readings contemporary to the painting's release at the Salon, including the potential of Olympia's body being either an ill or even deceased one, as critiqued by Victor Funel, who said, quote, "Like a corpse on the counters at the morgue, this Olympia from the Rue Mouffetard, dead of yellow fever and already arrived at an advanced state of decomposition, the crowd presses up to the putrefied Olympia as if it were at the morgue," end quote. Félix Deriège was similarly critical of the painting, claiming that, and I quote, "Monsieur Monet has so pulled her out of joint that she could not possibly move her arms or legs," end quote. Olympia's body has become, under this critical scrutiny, not an object of sexual desire, but of medical gaze to be assessed head to toe for an endless host of potential pathologies, the figure's body becoming the subject of wonderment and disgust for the huge crowds that it drew. Olympia became the subject of several newspaper cartoons, including this one by Charles Albert Darnoux, where Olympia's appendages have been puffed out and expanded to underscore their supposed monstrosity. I will be diving further in the final iteration of this paper, or it might turn out to be two papers, I'm not sure yet, into the lack of academic discourse around the pathologizing critical gaze of Olympia's critics in relation to French medicine's role in formalizing the practice of looking at bodies in the 19th century. But suffice it to say that medical culture permeated every part of French life in the 19th century, including cultural production. With my remaining time, however, I wish to share a less developed part of my research, the connection of Manet's painting to other medical images produced in France during the long 19th century. Specifically, I'm hoping to get your feedback on whether or not you find my connections to other examples of visual culture convincing enough to pursue further. And I also welcome any feedback or direction on other sources or other types of visual culture that you think may be worth considering. So infirmary scenes were common in French art both before and after Manet's painting. For instance, the illustration on the left records the visit of a French general and his troops in a French hospital. The two images bear a striking physical resemblance. The series of draped four-poster beds with just enough space for a doctor to come in to conduct an examination, the position of the patient's body contorted for viewing by a male audience resembles the surroundings and posture of Olympia's body, although Olympia here is propped by pillows in Manet's painting rather than a person. The posing of bodies for dramatic effect was a hallmark of Renaissance painting, particularly in scenes of the deposition or entombment of Christ, such as those by Caravaggio on the left, Roger van der Weyden in the middle, and then Michelangelo on the right. So this was really a hallmark, an important part of Renaissance culture that was continued in both painting and sculpting traditions, certainly into the 19th century, where a body that was ill or deceased would often be contorted in a way that would be next to impossible for a real body to achieve. So in the 19th century, the ill body becomes the imaginary fantasy. Writers like Susan Sontag have traced the romanticization of syphilis, for example, as the ultimate manifestation of sexual desire. Secular contortion has replaced religious contortion at this point in French imagery. Groups of people crowding around patients also became a normal part of medical education. In this illustration by Théobald Chartrand, René Théophile Hyacinthe Laennec, the inventor of the telescope, demonstrates to a group of onlookers how his device works. The patient is in a similar four-poster bed, half nude, while the doctor listens to his chest. The nude body is not necessarily only the domain of the sex worker, and this is the piece that I'm primarily interested in developing. The naked body or the partially naked body can also be the domain of the patient. It's quite normal for, even when you go in for a physical now, for you to need to either partially or fully undress, depending on the kind of test and assessment that is being done. So Olympia's steely gaze may be pointed at not one person, but rather a group of men or a group of men and women who stare at Olympia's body, but not necessarily the person in it. They may be looking for pathology as opposed to looking for anything else. So my research will explore the role of hospital interior design, as well as the archetype of the nude or partially nude patient in French medical images, to demonstrate that Manet may have drawn from sources other than Renaissance painting and much closer to his contemporary reality for inspiration in painting Olympia. So to conclude, a disability reading does not preclude or invalidate other readings. Olympia can still be a prostitute while being disabled. In fact, if Olympia was not at liberty to leave her bed, sex work would have been one of the very few limited career options available. Reading disability, therefore, does not limit our understanding of the work, but rather opens up new further readings of the painting as one first and foremost about marginalized identity, as well as the changing relationship of bodies to one another in an increasingly industrialized French society. As the concept of looking was being redefined, several gazes could coincide. Medical intrigue and sexual desire could feasibly coalesce, and Olympia can simultaneously be both patient and practicing sex worker. Medical, sexual, and anthropological gazes also contained overlap at this point. So although I have not had time to directly address the Black woman who's named Laure in this painting, her position within the image exists at the intersection of several discourses around women's bodies in France during the 19th century. So reading disability into Manet's painting therefore presents a significant opportunity to enrich understandings of the artist's work, challenge established norms in its interpretation, complement other readings of marginality and liminality within the work, while probing the very foundations that underlie conventional art historical readings of nude subjects. Thank you.
Excellent job. All right. Put it back to gallery. And that was excellent. It was really cool getting to hear your research come to fruition after hearing about it for so long. Robert, I'm excited to hand it off to you next. Do you have a presentation that you would like to share on screen?
Yes, I'm going to share my screen. That's okay.
Let me just go ahead and add you as co-host. That way you can share. Okay, hey, you should be good to go now. Can
everyone see it? Okay, awesome. Yeah, so first of all, I just want to thank Kaylin and Katie and all of Accepted Society for allowing me to speak here. There's really not a lot of opportunities for sophomores in college to present their research like this, so I'm so grateful to be presenting something that is so close to my heart. My presentation is entitled "The Rasenstadt and Misguided Themes, Using Artistic Expression in the Holocaust to Redefine Stereotypes of Jewish Historiography." And just a trigger warning, this is about the Holocaust, which means that I will be discussing topics related to death, destruction, dehumanization. So just be warned about that. So first of all, there are many stereotypes of Jewish historiography, but the one I will be addressing in my presentation is that the history of the Jews is one of persecution, dehumanization, and oppression, which have rendered the Jewish people as a helpless, weak, defenseless class. What I argue is that while throughout history, Jews have been subjugated to severe oppression and mass dehumanization, creative expression in the Holocaust and the Theresienstadt ghetto show that the story of the Jews is also one of resilience, power, and humanity, especially in the face of immense brutality and persecution that the Jewish people have faced throughout history. So just background on methodology and sources. I will obviously be consulting the current literature by Shirley Gilbert, who wrote a book on music and the Holocaust in general pretty recently. Guido Fackler, who really started this program of uncovering creative initiative documents by prisoners of the Holocaust. Anna Hadjikova, who wrote about the everyday life of Theresienstadt, and Nicholas Stargart, who wrote about children's art in the Holocaust. I will be using survivor testimonies, and this will be found on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., Yad Vashem in Israel, and the University of Southern California Shoah Foundation. I'll be looking at footage of the Theresienstadt ghetto, and this will come from the propaganda film that was created there, and the pictures you see of the ghetto itself, which are in black and white, come exclusively from that propaganda film. And then finally, I will be using documented creative initiatives. So this comes in the form of musical scores, poetry, drawings, play scripts, personal accounts like diaries, and official records. So first of all, the functions of artistic expression in the Holocaust are very nuanced, and they're twofold. So on one hand, music was used as a form of torture, humiliation, and destruction. Singing on command or forced singing took place while marching, doing exercises, roll call on the way to or from work, or to provide background music for punishments. Guards used singing on command to humiliate, intimidate, or even frighten the prisoners, and the effects of tough manual labor were compounded by forced singing, which immensely weakened the prisoners even further. Music was also relayed from radio or gramophone, and this served for re-education purposes for prisoners who were political opponents of the regime, and later was used to demoralize the prisoners even further. Music was also used by the Nazis as prisoners were walking to the gas chambers to their death and during the selection process. So an SS would determine whether a prisoner, as they get off the train, should go straight to their death or they should endure tough labor. And the purpose of prisoners playing music during these processes was essentially to deceive new arrivals and people walking to their deaths, and so that they wouldn't think that they were facing immediate danger, and they would feel like everything is normal and just purely for deception. And the psychological effects of music used in this regard was pretty detrimental by the prisoners, and that is shown in their survival testimonies. A lot of prisoners say that they didn't even want to pick up an instrument after they were liberated because of how traumatizing the effects of music was in their experience in the Holocaust. However, on the other hand, prisoners still engaged in artistic, creative, humanistic, even intellectual expression in the Holocaust. One reason they did this was as a way of retaining their humanity. And another reason is it was used as a coping mechanism to create a sense of normalcy for themselves. You know, prisoners of the Holocaust, before their time, before the war, they engaged in a rich culture of self-expression, of music, of art. And so what better way to deal with chaos, to deal with turmoil, than doing what you know, doing what you feel and know is normal. And what was normal for them was creating, was playing music, was drawing art, was writing poetry, you know, engaging in all of these incredible methods and modes of expression. And the other reason, and in my opinion, the most important reason that they were engaging in creative expression was that they were human. You know, humans want to express themselves creatively, artistically, humanistically, intellectually, even. And so, you know, it just shows that the Nazis failed at fully dehumanizing them and what they wanted to do. And so that is just a powerful form of resistance, of resilience. And so going back to my thesis, the fact that prisoners were able to engage in this kind of expression shows that the history of the Jews, yes, is one of oppression and dehumanization, but it's clearly also one of courage, of power, of humanity. And that is so important in discussing the narrative of the Jewish history and the Jewish stories. The other part of my presentation focuses on kind of a microhistory of the Theresienstadt ghetto in the Czech Republic. The Theresienstadt ghetto opened on November 24th, 1941, and was liberated on May 9th, 1945. Now, I use the Theresienstadt ghetto because, first of all, it's a very unique place in the time of the Holocaust. A lot of prominent Jews, like musicians, for example, Pavel Haas, Victor Ullmann, artists like Frida Berdrich and Joe Spear, poets, intellects, you know, they're all being sent to this specific ghetto for the purpose of propaganda. And by the numbers of the approximately 144,000 Jews sent to the Theresienstadt, some 33,000 died there due to starvation or disease, and about 88,000 were deported to Auschwitz or to other death camps further east in Poland, in the Soviet Union, et cetera, et cetera. By the war's end, only 19,000 were alive and were liberated in the Theresienstadt ghetto. Now, the conditions inside the ghetto, it can be argued that, yes, they were better than, for example, in Auschwitz, Birkenau, Dachau, Chelmno, you know, all these really horrendous places where the specific purpose was to kill the prisoners. However, life inside the Theresienstadt ghetto was still pretty horrendous. There was immense hunger and starvation and famine in this ghetto, and you know, people died, people were sick. The food was inedible, the drinking water was very very rare to come by. The genders were separate, so families couldn't live together, they couldn't sleep together in the barracks, even though they could walk around freely within the ghetto. And that takes a large mental toll on you when you're separate, and you're a child, you separate yourself from your family. People worked in this ghetto. That was a daily life, 8 hours a day, for the purpose of maintenance of the ghetto, not necessarily to further the German war effort. And like I said, you know, a lot of prominent Jews are living here. They're engaging in artistic expression. creative expression, intellectual expression. And so when it comes to music, there's kind of a history here. So the first 2 years of the Theresienstadt Ghetto, it was done in secret. You know, people had to smuggle instruments in from outside the ghetto, incredibly, and they would play them in the barracks of where they were, in the attics of the barracks in which they were living. And it was also done by memory. And this goes back to the kind of that sense of normalcy in what they knew. There's not a whole lot of sheet music in the Theresienstadt Ghetto, and so they're playing by what they know, their past, their background. But 2 years later, there was an agreement settled by the Council of Elders, who were kind of the liaison between the Nazis and the Jews in Theresienstadt and also in other camps. And that agreement basically said that the Jews in Theresienstadt can engage in artistic expression. And the idea of the Nazis was, okay, you know, they're going to die anyway. We might as well let them have their fun, kind of thing. But it was also for propaganda purposes, this propaganda initiative. Theresienstadt Ghetto was used as a model camp to show the outside world and the Red Cross that what's going on in these camps are not only normal, but the Jews are really having, you know, a good time here. They're expressing themselves creatively. They're engaging with each other with ideas and innovations. And so they would use these performers, they would use these intellectuals, these poets, for the sole purpose of propaganda. In the propaganda film that was put out, where there was a whole beautification process that basically showed music being performed and art being drawn. And yeah, it was used as a model camp. And these were, you know, these people were serving that purpose, these musicians, these artists. When it comes to art, specifically drawings and paintings, there were kind of two kinds that are very different from each other. Nazis encouraged and forced or mandated the art. And the difference between art that was mandated and art that wasn't was, first of all, one was legal and one wasn't. But also, this kind of art being shown by Joe Spear, who was forced to create this kind of art, this was his job, frankly, shows kind of an idealized depiction of the Theresienstadt Ghetto. It is completely false and doesn't show the grim reality of what was happening in the Theresienstadt Ghetto. On the other hand, these are the exact same drawings of what Joe Spear drew, if you look here. And Frederick Frieda illegally, and I believe he was sent to Auschwitz because these drawings were discovered by the Nazis. They show the grim reality of what was happening in the camps, in the ghettos. I mean, look at their faces. They're incredibly distorted. There's a sense of a grim and horrendous reality of what is occurring in this camp, in this ghetto, excuse me. And I'd like to end, because I know I'm running out of time, I'd like to end this presentation with the discussion of Brundabar. Now, Brundabar was a children's musical that was incredibly popular in the Theresienstadt Ghetto. Brundabar is the tale of children who embark on a journey to find milk for their sick mother. However, their journey is thwarted by Brundabar, an evil organ grinder. The children then go on to defeat Brundabar and return home victorious. And I end this presentation with this because that story of Brundabar is so symbolic of the situation of the Jews. And the Jews who were in the Theresienstadt Ghetto knew that symbolism. Brundabar represents the Nazis, and the children in this story represent the Jews. And so really what is kind of the message of Brundabar for the Jews is that the Jews will triumph over the Nazis and return home victorious. And they're performing this in the Theresienstadt Ghetto. And so what better way to kind of show your resilience, to show your power, to show your your humanity, your dignity, that we will triumph, we will be victorious, then through a children's musical that shows that triumphant spirit. And so to conclude, the Theresian Shack Ghetto and music in the Holocaust in general show that creative expression is used in the Holocaust to, to show that the Jews will be victorious. They have an incredible sense of humanity, of power and courage. And the story of the Jews is not just one of oppression and dehumanization. Rather, it is of power, of courage, of humanity, and of resilience. So thank you.
So well done, Robert. I cannot believe you are currently an undergrad.
Thank you.
That was a doctoral level presentation. Fan-freaking-tastic. All right, so let's go ahead and open it up to Q&A. I'm sure we all have a lot of questions for these two. So Heather, start us off.
Hello. So my question is for Ashley, and thank you so much for both of your presentations. They were super interesting. I'm interested in disability from a scholarly perspective too, so I really enjoyed your presentation. And I was interested in, this is a question / comment, I guess, but I'm interested in the broader medicalization of disability in French culture. I guess it would be interesting. I know you kind of talked about this and you would like feedback on like whether or not it should go in the paper. I actually think that it would be really interesting to contextualize kind of the painting in the broader sociocultural context of how disability was understood in French culture at this time. I think that it would be really interesting to readers to kind of know, like, look, these are the implications of this painting and this is how it's contextualized within the broader culture of the era. I think that really would be fascinating.
Yeah, so thank you so much for your comment. I really appreciate it. And thank you as well to Robert for a fantastic presentation. I agree with all the other comments made about that. Yeah, so in terms of like 19th century medical culture, so France is really kind of leading the charge at this point in the like spectacle aspect, I would say, of medical education. So the last slide that I showed is an example of like a bunch of French medical students learning from someone who is already a doctor, obviously, and they are all hunched over a painting. If you follow sort of art in the 1960s, you'll know Guy Debord wrote this very famous text on Society of the Spectacle. You kind of can't get away from that if you're studying mid-century, 20th century art. But France and French society especially is really focused on entertainment at this period. So there's a lot of kind of crossover between how you would describe like a medical spectacle, because sort of French medical culture is a culture of looking, it's a culture of gazing. It is this very dramatic, almost theater-like setting, where what you're seeing in a medical theater is not going to be very different, like setup wise, construction wise, from what you're going to be seeing in an actual like theater where you can go and see Hamlet or something, you know. There isn't a ton of difference between those two things at this point. And art, similarly, this is quite a tumultuous period for art in French history. There's a lot of kind of warring factions of people at this point that have different ideas of what art should be and where French art should be going. And this kind of all plays out at the Salon. And French culture is incredibly interested, and French people, especially in Paris at this point, are incredibly interested in what is happening in the art world. But because the medical world is so famous and is kind of imbuing itself at every part of life, people are approaching, so like we heard it in the words of the critics that are using words, you know, like that she's yellowed from yellow fever, you know, that she's deceased and people are at the morgue looking at this. Like, it is so entrenched everywhere that even art critics are using this kind of language here, there, everywhere. So there is a ton of crossover between the two. So like on Sundays, people were so fascinated by Olympia that you actually couldn't get into the room to see room M because there was just so many people crowding in and trying to see this painting. And that's similar to a medical theater where a lot of times there were non-doctors that would go in and just like watch procedures. And this was especially true at the time of like Black bodies as well, because there was this like essentially fetishization of Black bodies where they would like physically measure the size of labia. They would, they would bring like Black women usually in a line and like compare them as if they were, not people and stuff. It was really horrendous and really traumatic. So there's all of these kinds of discourses that are really coalescing together. And there's a lot of crossover between what's happening in sort of the cultural creative milieu and what's happening in the medical milieu. So hopefully that answers your question about kind of the background piece here. Cool. I'm glad I answered your question, Heather.
Excellent. And Tyler and Robert had some discourse in the chat about Jewish poetry. Tyler, is there anything that you wanted to elaborate on with your question or inquiry?
Oh, sure. Robert answered my question. There is a Jewish poet by the name of Avram Sitzkever who wrote in the Vilna ghetto. So not the ghetto that we were talking about today, but his central thesis of his poetry was, I'm going to write in Yiddish, regardless of whether you try to take this language from me or not, because this is a language of my people. This is the way I'm going to communicate my poetry specifically to my people. This is not for you. This is for everyone in my culture. So he's super cool. He's not super well known. I would highly recommend looking into his poetry. He's a fantastic poet. There's a lot of translations of his work. I studied it my first semester of grad school and highly recommend.
Tyler, thank you so much. And I think that just shows that's just another example of how the Jewish narrative that scholars have been portraying for years and years is not reflective of kind of the reality that Jews are, they're being oppressed, but someone like Avram is creating incredible poetry that is so resilient. And it just shows the incredible amount of resistance that these people did, not just violent, but creative also. And so, he's just one example of so many poets throughout all the concentration camps and ghettos that were engaging in poetry as a form of resistance.
I had a question for Robert.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you had considered kind of the longer tail of Jewish cultural production. So I was thinking about this specifically because like the Sephardim were obviously removed from Portugal and from Spain much earlier in time, but I know that writing, playmaking, all this kind of stuff was very, very important to them. So I was wondering if you had considered like some of these plays like the Brundabar and things like that as kind of a longer history of like Jewish resistance emerging out of like the multiple attempts, unfortunately, to expel Jews or make them quote unquote like someone else's problem or someone else's issue to deal with throughout European history, as there was more and more oppression and sort of homogenization of what Western Europe looked like.
Yeah, thank you. You're absolutely right. The history of the Jews throughout history, there have been moments and long-term moments of resistance, of violent resistance, of what I go into creative resistance. And I use the Holocaust and this in particular because it isn't really discussed a lot in the scholarship, but you're right. There are so many moments throughout the oppression of the Jews and how they've been dehumanized where they are resistant. resisting, they are expressing their resilience, their power, their courage, their humanity, even as they're being kicked out of Spain and Portugal, even as they're being thrown into concentration camps and ghettos. So you're absolutely right. There are so many examples that I could point to where Jews are expressing themselves in the pursuit of resistance of people who want to see their demise and want to dehumanize them. So thank you.
This is more of a comment than a question, but I love both your presentations. Robert, I certainly understand your question about the humanization of victims after watching your presentation. And I think other than the witch trials, World War II is probably my second most obsessive part of history. And it's just such a beautiful way that you presented that and just gave life to people who, sometimes are forgotten about. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think one of the problems, I'm kind of ambitious because I'm a sophomore in college, but I feel like a big problem in the study of history in general is that it has treated human beings as mere commodities and not necessarily like humanizing them in a way. Think about, I'll give a different example. Slavery, American or British Atlantic slavery. There's a database that I think it's called the Transatlantic
Slave Voyages database.
That's exactly what it is. Thank you. Yeah. And a large criticism of that was that it treated enslaved people as just numbers and not humans. Humans have stories, they have experience, they have deep emotional, spiritual, psychological nuances with them. And I feel like that isn't reflected enough in history, and that is kind of what I am trying to advocate for. So thank you.
Oh, I could go on a serious rant right now, but I will not, because Katie has a comment. Yeah, for Robert, and Ashley might also find it interesting, you reminded me of something that I learned about in my textiles class last semester. They are called arpilleras, and I know I totally butchered that pronunciation, but they're made by women in Chile during a dictatorship, and basically the idea was that the authoritative power didn't pay much attention to what women were doing in the women's spaces. So as they were creating these quilted pieces, they're little small squares that were being sold as part of a tourist front, essentially, talking about the propaganda and the mandated art that presented a front of what the Nazis wanted people to think was going on. Similar thing was happening in Chile at this time, but they weren't looking very closely at what the textiles were depicting. And so they were able to kind of tell a story about what was actually going on at that time. And as it went through, customs, made it out to other countries, other people saw it, they were able, other people were paying attention to it, and they were able to share their story through the quilting of these textiles. As a form of resistance, as a way of sharing that the men of their family were going missing if they used their voice, if they resisted at all to the government. So I think there's some parallels there, and there's a lot of research and a lot of scholarship about RPRs, so that might be something to look into. Maybe there's a framework there. I have one other thing that I wanted to add, which is, have you thought about your project in relation to the theory of social death at all?
No, I have not, because I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. So the theory of social death kind of is constructed on the idea of specifically the Holocaust, whereby, and it's been extrapolated out to, for example, prison systems, as well as people that were enslaved. And the theory of social death essentially claims that the individual kind of loses their kind of social standing, social identity, citizenship, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that would be an interesting kind of theoretical framework to kind of play with your project. And I think that it would add an interesting layer to it.
Yeah, definitely. That would sound really interesting, I think. Yeah, so I think I have heard of social death. Is it similar to like cultural death also?
A little bit. So it's basically like the removal of an individual from society, or like the kind of symbolic removal of an individual from society. So for example, like the removal of one's rights to citizenship or rights to bodily autonomy and that kind of thing. We talk, like I read a lot about it in terms of obviously the history of slavery, but I think it would be, and because it originated from studies of the Holocaust, I think it would be an interesting framework to play with in your study.
Yeah, we'll definitely look into that. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Appreciate
All right.
it.
So we're going to go ahead and take just a 13-minute break between this panel and the next one. And then we're going to come back and we have Tyler and Heather. So you are welcome to just either turn off your cameras or you can come on back through the link, and we'll meet up in a little bit. All right, everyone, let's come back together and we're going to go ahead and jump right in with Tyler's presentation, followed by Heather. So Tyler, take it away. Do you need screen share?
I do, yes, if you
Okay,
wouldn't mind
let
setting
me
that up.
give you co-hosting. All right, now take it away.
Okay. Let me see, give me 1 second here. All right, and can everyone see this okay? Okay, we get to the actual presentation. Okay, so today, as I had mentioned, I am super interested in gender theory, which is more or less related to literature. We use a lot of critical theory in my program, and this has just been one facet of it. And I became interested in this after taking a PhD level course my first semester on criticism and theory, and we dove into gender theory. And I found some of the literature to be easily broken up into a couple of different theories of gender. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, because I found most of them to not be very trans inclusive. So I like to provide a little too long not listening for people who may miss part of it or like need a quick synopsis. So essentially, my brief overview is gender studies literature typically emphasizes mind-body dualist distinctions between gender and sex, respectively. We'll talk more about that later. While I'm proposing that a trialist approach, which is mind-body-soul approach, allows for the existence of both an inherent and conscious gender and a societal gender as distinct entities that may coexist. So in this sort of framework, a soul would possess your inherent gender, a mind would articulate or receive a societally formed gender, and the body would externally express or perform that gender. And that's simplistic terms, but so if you've probably taken a philosophy course at any point, you probably know who René Descartes is. He is famous for a lot of work with mind-body dualism, which is the theory that essentially your mind and body are not the same thing. You are not your mind, you are not your body. They are separate entities that both exist within you and work together. Interactionism is just one sub-theory of dualism, but it's going to be the one that's most relevant to what we're talking about today. So this is literally just the view that your mind and body influence each other. They are distinct, but they're related through your action and their interaction with each other. So Cartesian trialism is an alternative view of René Descartes' work that was proposed by John Cottingham, which is essentially saying that there is a third element in the mind-body divide that a lot of people have not been identifying or talking about. The element reflects the interaction between the two things, as we talked about with interactionism, and this would be sensation, according to John Cottingham. To relate this back to gender performance, that might be considered an activity that would require both your body and brain working in tandem with each other. Some scholars posit that gender performance merely exists to perpetuate an illusion of a true internal gender, being that your gender performance is something that you do externally to show, for example, I am a woman or I am a man because I check off XYZ boxes. But this assumes, of course, that that performance is obligatory and something that is inherently oppressive, which is not necessarily the case. Gender may not be as simple as defining according to the interaction between mind and body. But if we talk about sensation, that does imply that there is a further complexity to human existence beyond just the separation between the mind and the body. So this is where we get a kind of a weird turn, because before I knew that Cartesian trialism was a thing, I remembered being taught in my evangelical schooling that the body was made up of the mind, body, and spirit or soul. So this would accommodate a distinction between a spiritual self and a physical mind self and your physical body, if that makes sense. This is apparently called Christian trialism, and perhaps a little ironically, it's actually served as a critical foundation for the model of gender that I'm working on, because I think there is a more spiritual element to it. So there are, of course, problems with this. Very few academic resources on trialism exist compared with dualism, even though dualism has been largely dismissed as kind of philosophically shaky at best. Cottingham's trialism also conflates spirit and sensation, which seem to be two distinct things. I think we're just throwing around a lot of words to try to describe the relationship between the mind and the body, but there might be even more elements than just three, so I'm not sure I feel about that. And the Christian trialist definitions also conflate the spirit and the mind. So the soul is conflated with sensation via interaction between the mind and body rather than existing as a separate entity, which, according to the biblical passage, if we're going to use that as an authoritative source of sorts, it seems to suggest that instead. And the whole reason that I chose to explore trialism is because it's an adaptation of the vocabulary we are already using in gender studies literature. So even though it does seem like a very abstract concept, dualism has been pervasive in our contemporary discussions about gender. We'll get a little bit more into that later, but the mind-body divide specifically, despite being dismissed as not quite philosophically sound, has maintained a prevalence in gender studies literature. And it's strange to me that that would continue when it has been dismissed in pretty much every other facet of life. So Judith Butler is my bread and butter. And I want to talk about what she says about Beauvoir, because Simone de Beauvoir has proved to be the foundational figure for a lot of the gender studies work that we do, and for the Cartesian dualist adaptation of gender. I'm not going to read the whole quote out because it's very long, but I do want to draw some attention to the question of, if we are always already gendered, immersed in gender, then what sense does it make to say that we choose what we already are? And moving forward a little bit, insofar as it postulates a choosing agent prior to its chosen gender, it seems to adopt a Cartesian view of the self, an ecological structure which lives and thrives prior to language and cultural life. So we're talking here about the cultural reproduction of gender and the assumption that there is an internal gender that is being reflected when we perform gender. There's a lot of questions that get raised if we talk about an internal essence of gender, and let's get into some of those. So Beauvoir identified that people were conflating an essence of, for lack of a better term, femaleness with the female body. She challenged this by arguing that the body may be used, in a sense, deliberately for the cause of freedom, which is a major concern of critical theory. But as a foundational figure, she kind of inadvertently laid the groundwork for the swath of gender studies literature that reduced gender to a mind-body dualism as our understanding of gender becomes more nuanced. So I want to talk about a major question here that we often see, or I guess rather a statement that we see surrounding contemporary conversations about gender, is that sex is physical and gender is mental, or sex refers to your body while gender refers to your mind. This is usually offered with a disclaimer that that's an oversimplification, but the general principle stands in queer theory and gender theory, and when we explain the difference between gender and sex to other people. The problem is how this translates in practice. People usually take gender as either something that is truly and purely performative, which doesn't exist if it's just a performance, and we call that generally gender deconstructionism, or as something that is innate, is some form of essence, whether or not you believe it necessarily corresponds with a binary physical sex. That would be gender essentialism, and there's some nuance there. So a brief definition of gender deconstructionism for those who might not be familiar with the term. It's the concept that gender does not exist except from our own construction and can therefore be deconstructed because it's a social construct. Gender would have no essential innately human qualities. This is the most dominant theory of gender that is found in gender studies literature, at least in my research. But gender deconstructionism, and this is the primary problem I identified, makes it difficult to reconcile the existence of trans and non-binary individuals. How can someone know if their gender does not correspond with their sex if gender doesn't exist and is just a set of repeated acts? There's no incentive of Gender dysphoria, there's no incentive of transition. Why would someone transition if there is nothing to reconcile within the self naturally? And on the other hand, we have an innate or essential gender. And this is the concept that people possess gender at some level inherently when they're born, whether they form that, etc. This implies that there's an origin to gender in the mind. And that raises questions about, for lack of a better term, transgender brains and cisgender brains, and literally having the mind of X in the body of Y, for example. But of course, gender essentialism also refers to those who consider one's true gender, quote unquote, and one's assigned gender as inherently the same thing, which we know to not be the case. So in my research, I attempted to break down the three primary theories of gender I saw most often in gender studies literature. I have deemed these three categories gender being, gender doing, and gender receiving. These are very flux terms, but we are working with them for now. It just so happens that this corresponds more closely with the trialist approach to the self rather than the dualist approach that has seemingly dominated gender studies literature, meaning that I think people think they're talking about two different things when they might actually be talking about three distinct things. And I want to touch briefly on the subject of gender dysphoria or gender incongruence. For those who may be unaware, gender dysphoria refers to the disconnect trans and non-binary individuals may feel with their assigned gender at birth, and this feeling can range from a neutral feeling to debilitating, hence why many choose to transition. Much of queer theory comes from the cisgender female perception of gender, wherein a cisgender woman, typically a lesbian, challenges the notion that gender truly exists and is weaponized as a tool of oppression for them historically. This has been extremely true, but again, as nuanced conversations about gender come up, we need to take a little more nuance in these conversations as well. A transgender woman, for example, would not have the same relationship with gender as a cisgender individual. Cisgender people might not feel an inherent gender in the same way because they're not experiencing incongruence. And a cisgender female gender theorist, for example, might take that to mean that no one feels like a particular gender. Gender doesn't exist. It's constructed because it's an oppressive structure for one person that might be an empowering structure for another person. And a bit on the idea of gender essence. Many queer theorists posit that there is no essence of gender, being an entirely societal construction, and frustrations with identifying an essence of gender seem to be associated with conflated definitions of gender, considering societally imposed gender as the same as an internal gender, denying the existence of the latter because of the former. This defines essence in terms of societal expectations without challenging the language itself. Why does essence require feeling like anything? It just is. So these very briefly are some rephrases I propose to kind of make sense of these distinctions. I would say gender essence, or the mind part, would be more like I feel like X. Gender identity and the body would be the identify as or with X, and the gender status tentatively of the soul is I am X. So that would be an immutable state of being. I have seen a counter argument about identity politics and the same as identification. That's something I need to do more research on. But I don't think being and identifying as are the same thing. I think being is something that is fixed and identifying as is maybe something that is separate. I think that activation of that awareness can be due to gender dysphoria or any sort of incongruence someone might feel. As far as fluid identities, people who identify as gender fluid or something along that spectrum, I think that is fixed. It is fixed as fluid. So if we're going to be talking about that, we can't say, well, there's this fluctuation, therefore this isn't fixed as I am X, because that's just what it is. And statement is separate from fact. So the fact of the I am transcends language and just is, and it doesn't necessarily need a signifying language ascribed to it with the identification, but that's going to be something I'm going to be doing more research on. So very briefly, because I am pretty much out of time, I do want to just move to areas for future research on this project, and I would love to hear more feedback on this. I want to look into biblical hermeneutics for the mind, body, soul as described biblically or religiously in other religions and religious texts. They need more academic material related to trialism in general, more concrete definitions and distinctions of these gender conceptions, fine-tuning the application of the mind, body, soul to gender rather than a simple mind, body divide between sex and gender. And I want to get into neuroscience a little bit with this to see if there's anything related to gender awareness or origins that I can work into the work without overloading it scientifically. And as always, much more Judith Butler and theoretical texts written by transgender people specifically informing these models. So I thank you for your time. I will go ahead and stop sharing. And that is all I have.
Excellent. Well done, Tyler. All right. Heather, we're going to hand it off to you next.
Thank you. And I need to share my screen.
Yes. Okay. Hold on. Let me just give you permissions.
Cool.
Now you should be set to go.
Cool. Okay. Do you all see the PowerPoint? Good. Okay. That is not what I wanted. Just a sec. Sorry about that. I swapped space. Okay, there we go. Okay, so thank you so much everyone for being here. Just for context, this is my job market talk. So any feedback and criticism would be very much appreciated. And also I'm sorry if you, or questions about like general concepts and stuff are also appreciated because this is very much a truncated version. So without further ado, if you have heard anything about disability litigation in the news, you have probably heard about the concept of a drive-by lawsuit. These lawsuits are brought by disabled plaintiffs who allege that businesses are inaccessible under the Americans with Disabilities Act. For context, lawsuits are the only way to actually enforce the Americans with Disabilities Act. So that's why they're particularly important and taking kind of center stage in my research. But nonetheless, there is this pervasive narrative in the media, as you can see below by these kind of choice headlines and things like that, that A, these cases are excessive, and B, that plaintiffs with disabilities are particularly litigious and also always win. These perceptions, however, are not grounded in reality. As my research has found, 97% of plaintiffs with disabilities lost employment discrimination cases between the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Amendments Act in 2008. Scholars have called the bill a windfall for defendants even, and even new research after the Americans with Disabilities Amendments Act was passed has found that plaintiffs are still losing at the same rate, but just for different reasons than they were losing before. So given that the ADA is only enforced through litigation, this is a huge loss rate. It's higher than loss rates for any other category of plaintiff other than prisoners who are often not represented by counsel. So one may ask, why were court decisions so unfavorable? And this is kind of what my research focuses on. The fundamental puzzle here is why were courts so hostile, given that legislative and movement incentives were while passing the Americans with Disabilities Act were largely aligned. So the Americans with Disabilities Act, for some context, had huge bipartisan support. It was a civil rights bill passed in 1990. It passed the Senate by 91-6 and passed the House by 377-28. It was passed by a Republican president, by a Republican Congress, which is really kind of an oddity in terms of civil rights bills. And employment was at the front of everyone's mind while the ADA was passed. Policy alliances and disabled people and focus groups consistently cited unemployment as one of the key concerns that they had. And also Republicans generally justified their support of the ADA by saying kind of offensively that it would get people off of benefits and into work. But all that being said, it seems like all of the incentives were aligned here. There was no room for really misinterpretation of the ADA. It was a bill that really engaged with the community and like drew from community support. But as you saw before, the Supreme Court did not share these incentives, and that's kind of what the key puzzle here is. So why do we think that the courts were particularly unreceptive to the Americans with Disabilities Act? Most people cite the failure of the ADA in this like 97% statistic and isolate it to two different Supreme Court decisions in 1999. So in Sutton, there was a set of two disabled sisters who had corrected vision, but weren't allowed by United to be pilots because they had myopia. Because their vision was corrected, however, the Supreme Court didn't think that they counted as disabled under the legislation. And just for context, the Americans with Disabilities Act is different than other kinds of civil rights legislation in that it requires that plaintiffs prove that they have a disability in order to claim protections under the bill. So what Sutton held is that corrective and mitigating measures like wearing glasses should be considered in determining whether or not a person's disabled. And the definition of disability is that they are substantially limited in performing a major life activity. And they held this because they say that the ADA requires present showing of disability, not just hypothetical disability. They also harped on the fact that an expansive reading of the ADA would undermine congressional intent. They cited this 43 million Americans figure that was in a congressional report and said that if they went with a more expansive definition, 160 million people might be disabled under the ADA, and they thought that that undermined congressional intent. The other case that's worth noting is Williams versus Toyota Manufacturing, which involved a woman who had carpal tunnel disorder and wanted accommodations for it. In this case, the court held that work was not a major life activity. They also reasoned that there has to be a demanding standard for proving whether or not you're disabled under the ADA, and that merely having an impairment doesn't make a person disabled for the purposes of the ADA. Claimants rather need to demonstrate that the impairment substantially limits a major life activity, and they didn't consider work to be a major life activity unless it was a broad class of jobs instead of a singular job. So these cases, as you can kind of tell probably, created a really arbitrarily high threshold for who counts as disabled under the ADA. This created a double bind for plaintiffs seeking the ADA's protection. Specifically, if a person could provide enough evidence to courts to show that they were, quote, actually disabled under the Sutton standard, that evidence could then be used against them to show that they weren't qualified for their jobs, which is actually the second prong of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So it created a lot of problems and actually led to the subsequent passage of the Americans with Disabilities Amendments Act, which was supposed to fix these problems, but actually didn't. So there are two general explanations in the literature for why this may have happened. The first is the judicial backlash thesis, which basically argued that courts kind of held some sort of animosity or misunderstanding about the ADA. Bergdorf, who was one of the lawyers who drafted the ADA, thinks that it was the fact that courts emphasized that the ADA was like a welfare bill and that it created protective group status, which required plaintiffs to show that they had a disability. Diller actually says that there is genuine animosity toward enforcing civil rights laws by the court, and that's why this happened. Kolker argues that courts are pro-defendant and set super high standards of proof, and Mayerson kind of argues the same thing. The other approach to explaining why the ADA failed to produce its intended results is the movement politics thesis. Bagenstos argues that the problems with interpreting the ADA weren't necessarily due to the court's hostility towards it, but rather stemmed from contradictions within the disability rights movement. As he notes, the disability rights movement is made up of a diffuse group of impairment groups. Everyone has different interests, and even within like impairment groups, people have different interests. For example, some people with mental health disabilities want more services to be provided, whereas some people identify with mad pride and are actually against, psychiatry as a concept altogether. So he argued that because the movement is so divided, courts kind of picked and choose what like definitions of disability and things like that they went with. He also argues that there's this minority group idea in the ADA. In other civil rights bills, there are kind of reverse discrimination claims. So you don't actually have to prove that you have a specific gender or a specific race to claim protections under Title VII, for example, but you do have to prove that you have a disability to claim the ADA's protections. Also, the ADA built on other civil rights bills in a lot of ways, which I will identify as important later. And also, he argues that the employment emphasis kind of made it so that courts were hesitant to enforce the ADA as it was written. But there are some problems with these explanations. With regard to the judicial backlash explanation, it's actually problematic because the Supreme Court historically expanded the definition of disability to include more people for the purposes of Social Security benefits. So saying that courts were hostile to putting more people on the ADA because it would be like a benefits bill kind of falls short as an explanation. Also, they have to answer what the basis was for the contempt. The political science literature identifies that judges are policymakers, and there doesn't really seem to be a clear reason that the judges would be holding contempt for disability in the disability civil rights movement. Also, with regard to the movement politics thesis, this misses the broader political context that constrains movement advocates and judges alike. Movement advocates were required to make strategic compromises when passing the ADA, and judges also have to operate within their own institutional framework as well. Also, it doesn't explain why, it doesn't explain the lack of participation by cause lawyers. So you would imagine if it was the movement's fault that disability lawyers would have actually been involved in litigating these cases. But largely they avoid employment litigation because it's an individualized rather than systemic outcome. So my explanation is that we should take the concept of institutional orders seriously. You might ask what an institutional order is. So according to Friedland and Alford, they are symbolic systems with underlying logics and rules that determine what options are available to actors. In other words, they set the rules of the political game, right? So they create political possibilities, and social change is actually created by exploiting contradictions within and between these institutional orders. In the political science literature, this has been applied by Smith in 2021 and King and Smith in 2005 to argue for the existence of civic orders that govern citizenship and racial orders as institutional orders. King and Smith identify transformational and white supremacist orders, for example. But my approach is a little bit different than both of these approaches. First of all, like the political scientists, I take governing institutions seriously, as opposed to just looking at social institutions. Also, I identify more than like 2 disability orders. It's not as simple as saying that there's a transformational order and then an ableist order. Also, I emphasize state fragmentation between various institutions as a primary cause for different institutional orders interacting the way that they do. And also, I differentiate between policy alliances and institutional orders. So that's why you may have an institution that views something in certain ways, but that's the result of compromises made by like policy alliances and between policy alliances. So policy alliances are kind of like movement groups and coalitions that influence the institutional orders. The 3 disability institutional orders I identify are the eugenic order, which doesn't play much into the explanation of this specifically, but does play into the explanation of my larger work. It's the concept of better breeding. It's an ableist order that advocates for cure, rehabilitation, or eradication of disabled people. Then there's the medical vocational order, which is mostly identified by the Social Security Administration. A big moment in disability policy was the creation of Social Security benefits for people with disabilities. And this emphasizes objective criteria for establishing disability for the purposes of benefits. They even use like an actual medical vocational grid to decide whether or not you can work and how benefits are to be allocated as a result. And then finally, there's the civil rights order, which I identify as the more transformative order. It takes a donut hole approach to disability policy in the sense that policy alliances didn't want to make the definition of disability different than the definition of disability in previous disability laws because they didn't want the previous law's protections to be gutted. And it also built on existing civil rights frameworks, but didn't adopt the same kind of standard where you can argue like that you are discriminated against, for example, under Title VII as a white person, you can't like argue as a non-disabled person that you are disabled under the ADA. So why are these important? I find evidence that disability policy overall is a function and product of the fragmentation of disability policy between different governing institutions, for example, the Social Security Administration versus the courts. But this fragmentation also leads to concepts being used differently across, or the same way across different pieces of legislation. So I argue specifically and find evidence that courts used the definition of disability in the Social Security Act to determine disability under the ADA, which is what created this really high threshold. Also, courts understood the ADA as part of the medical vocational model because it has kind of the same definition of disability. So quickly, what is the evidence for my approach? First, both the ADA and the Social Security Administration use a functional definition of disability, which determines can you work as kind of a standard for determining whether or not you are disabled, like can you do basic life activities? Also, there's evidence from Sullivan versus Zebley, where the Social Security Act had this kind of approach. Also, the functional approach to disability was advocated in Zebley by disability policy coalitions. Also, the 43 million Americans statistic in Sutton relies on data from the Social Security Act and Social Security contractors, which is really important because they are completely different definitions of disability for different things. But you can understand why, if they're using the Social Security definition to interpret Americans with Disabilities Act cases, there would be a lot of problems because the definition of disability under Social Security requires that you not be able to work. So that creates kind of the double bind. And also I find that civil rights orders constrain judges too, because they have their own set and understanding of civil rights orders that are different than other institutions, which I can elaborate on in the questions. So the main takeaway is that institutions are important, that policy alliances, including disability policy alliances, exploit contradictions within and between institutional orders, that judges make decisions framed by their own institutional constraints, and that more research is needed regarding how disability orders manifest in other areas of disability policy and civil rights policy more generally. Also, policymakers and political scientists should study the structure of judicial politics surrounding civil rights laws so that they can draft better civil rights laws in the future. Thank you so much, and I look forward to conversation and questions about this.
Incredible. Well done, Heather.
Thanks.
All right, Roshni, you are next on the docket.
All right.
Do you have a presentation you need to share?
I do, yeah.
Let me just go ahead and find your name so I can give you co-hosting.
All right.
All right, there you go.
Okay, let's see if I remember how to do this. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay. And can everyone see that? Yeah, okay, perfect. So today, I would like to talk to you about accessible, affordable, and available, the failure of Canada's childcare system. To set a bit of context, this presentation was first done at Map the System Mount Royal in April of this year, and will be presented again at the International Social Innovation Research Conference in Halifax in September. So this is a little bit of a trial run. I am open to any and all feedback, and I would love to hear your thoughts. Now, if you're wondering what Map the System is, it is a pitch contest for social problems run through the University of Oxford. It is a worldwide competition, and universities can create teams in order to choose different problems to present upon. It is not a solution finding problem. It is pitch. It is finding solutions, providing ideas, and looking deeper into social issues. So what we chose to do, myself and my co-author, Marshall, who will not be presenting here today, we looked at childcare because this is a big topic within Canada right now due to the National Child Care Agreement, which I will go into a bit later. And it is very important. It has a long history, and it is critical to continued economic recovery in the post-COVID world. So let's see here. Our guiding question was, why is childcare in Canada a privilege and not a right? Why are the people who need childcare the most the same people who can't access it? Why is access to care constrained by income? By living somewhere where you can access your care, where you can see the daycare, where you can tour it, where you can get to meet the people who will be taking care of your children. I have 2 children, and this was a large concern of mine, especially during COVID. One of the biggest things that came up during this research was the mental models that we as North Americans and we as Western people hold dear, which is that of children belong with the parents. Mothers should stay home. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And to touch on this a bit later, when we come to the war years, who's watching Rosie the Riveter's kids? Because we all know Rosie the Riveter, but we don't know where her children went when she was out there fighting for the war. So this chart is very messy. This is what we call a systems map, and I'm going to guide you through it and explain what it means, why we're using it. So in this map, we have Emily. Emily is up in the corner here, and she has a child. Emily is perhaps in her late 20s, early 30s. She has a professional degree or 2. She's been in the workforce for several years, and she has decided that she wants to have a child, and she has done so. Here in Canada, we have the option of a year-long maternity leave or 18 months, paid at a certain percentage of income, capped at roughly $455 a week, which if you are someone who makes a higher income is not really enough to cover basic needs. But Emily took her maternity leave, and she's coming up at the end of her leave and trying to decide if she wants to return to work. What does she do? She has a couple choices here. Her first choice is, does she want to return to work? Does she feel like she wants to do that? Well, yes or no. Let's say she goes with no. Does she live in a dual income household? Can she afford to stay home with her child? Is it a yes? She can stay home. Is it a no? Then she'll fall into the welfare trap and continue a cycle of poverty, which could continue for generations. But maybe she does want to go back to work. In that case, she has to get childcare. She has to find somewhere to take her children during the day while she's at work. The next question is, does Emily live urban or in a rural area? If she's urban, can she afford the high cost of childcare? Does she have the money for a deposit and a first month of daycare fees without access to a subsidy? I will touch on subsidies later, but the cost of childcare can be enormous to even begin. And is the childcare that she can access accessible around her work schedule? Because Emily is a professional, it's likely that she works 9 to 5. So probably most daycares are open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., but maybe she's a nurse. Or maybe she works in a warehouse. We don't know. So let's say she qualifies for a subsidy and there is accessible childcare, so she can access licensed care. Emily is in the minority. That is amazing. But maybe the childcare she can access doesn't work for her work schedule. Well, she has an option. She can go for licensed care, in-home care, a day home, somebody who's watching her children in addition to her own. Or she can ask a family member. Maybe she has family who lives nearby. Maybe she has a grandparent or somebody else who can help take care of her kids. Well, that's a family or non-traditional, and that is not covered under the current system in Canada. But maybe she needs unlicensed care. Well, does she make enough money to offset that? Or is she going to come home with $5 or $10 a day? this is an enormous issue for a lot of women, not just in Canada, but in the Western world in general, because our childcare is not accessible to a lot of people. So I'm going to show you this chart as well, which is very Canada specific, but it looks at major cities in Canada and compares the cost of fees for those cities. Calgary, where I live, has the second highest fees in the country. Our fees are about $1,300 a month per infant, as compared to Montreal, where they're $181 per month. That is for infants, and that does not include all the extras that one needs when one is putting a child in childcare, such as a deposit. As I mentioned earlier, you need to put down a last month's payment, shoes, clothing. You need an extra set of all of those things. They add up. So, problem is, a lot of people, especially in Calgary, live, and especially globally, live in childcare deserts, which are areas that don't have access to adequate licensed facilities. And 54% of Calgarian children reside in these deserts, which means that they are probably in day homes or they have a parent staying at home because they cannot find a spot in a licensed care home. The biggest issue with this is that our early childhood educators are not paid enough to care for the amount of children that they're currently caring for. There are not enough spaces, and there are not enough people working in those spaces, causing these deserts. And that is a massive issue, not only in Calgary, and it is an issue that is going to continue to compound over the course of the next few years as more and more people leave. In Calgary, or in Alberta alone, 5,000 early childhood education workers have left the field due to low pay. So I'm going to take you to a very quick timeline in how we got here and why it's important. In 1908, that was the beginning of the early feminist movement in Alberta. This was just after Alberta had joined the Confederation, which was in 1905. And at this time, women getting the vote was a very specific subset of women. They didn't care too much about childcare. They cared about having rights. Which takes us into 1943, the war years. And the war years were very interesting because we were seeing women entering essential work. They were doing work for the war. And to help with that, the federal government presented what was called the Daytime Nurseries Act. These acts allowed women who were working in these essential services only to put their children in care. And adjusted for inflation, that care was about $6.35 per day. This allowed for Canada to participate in the war in a way that they would not have been able to. Unfortunately, after the war ended, the federal government disbanded all of these wartime nurseries. Shortly after that, different provinces started putting in their own childcare options for people. And in Alberta specifically, we had something called preventative social services nurseries. And these were a combination of childcare and social services. So people could access childcare and get job help, help finding housing, access to services they may need and could not otherwise get. In 1978, all of those were shuttered. The last one was located in Lethbridge. And it started the privatization of care. In 1994, we had a conservative government come into place, and they privatized it even more, which is a continuing issue to this day in Alberta. All of our care, our childcare in the province is private. There is no standard provincial or federal care. In 2004, there was a bit of a ray of hope. We had the option, the Paul Martin government attempted to put a national childcare agreement into place. All the provinces had signed on, which, if you know anything about Canadian politics, is an absolute miracle. Unfortunately, there was an election that same year. Paul Martin was ousted, a conservative government took place, and this is a cycle we see over and over. The entire idea was scrapped. instead of getting national child care, we got what is called child tax benefits, which allows people who make under a certain income to get a monthly payment from the government to help with the cost of raising children. Unfortunately, it is not specifically for childcare. So the current system is broken, but it does work for some people. It works for a very specific segment of the population, and that is urban two-income high earners. So families who live in cities, families who are making an income of above $120,000 combined, and those who can actually afford the fees to put their kids in care. There's a bigger segment it doesn't work for. Rural families, low-income families, and single-parent families are the ones who need access to care the most and cannot get it because they may not, even if they do qualify for a child care subsidy, which is difficult to get, they may not be able to find a spot, which again increases that generational poverty and creates more issues for people in terms of workforce competitiveness. So I'm almost done, I promise. I know I'm over time. So the United Nations has some sustainable development goals, and they recognize the importance of early quality childhood education, how it impacts the future of underprivileged children in breaking cycles of poverty and allowing mothers to re-enter the workforce. This pays social and economic dividends. Countries that have followed through and declared access to early education as a right for children are seeing incredible results that we are not seeing in Canada, despite being a member of the OECD. So in Iceland, for example, between 95 and 99.9% of children from 2 to 5 are in early childhood education. That's amazing because these children are are in a standard of care. They are learning the same things, which is something that the privatization of care does not allow them to do in Canada. In Norway, every child has a legal right to kindergarten. That is not something that we have in Canada. There's also a mentality towards childcare that is very different from what we see here, in that childcare is not considered a failure of a mother. It is not considered a reason for someone to say, oh, you put your kids in daycare. Oh, but don't you love them? Which is something that many people think. So the biggest gap we see between European countries and Canadian countries is that ownership, in that the European countries will have their childcare owned by the government, while in countries such as Canada, it is private. So in terms of numbers, in terms of OECD countries, Canada spends 0.3% of GDP on child care or childcare related funding, while Iceland spends just under 2%. We can see that in how our children are learning and how our children are being cared for. So to wrap this up, I'm going to take you to a very quick timeline of 2021, which is when the federal government announced their national child care agreements. And this was a landmark. This is fantastic. And the goal was to reach $10 per day per child in childcare by 2026. I can already tell you that Alberta will not hit that target as we do not have the provincial backing to meet it. Alberta signed on in November. Ontario, which was the last holdout, did not sign on until March 2022, just recently. And they are also not on track. And they are also both provinces with governments that do not believe in creating a federal program. So it is definitely a huge issue and something that is ongoing. One of the things, though, is that we want to subsidize care, as I mentioned, for children to be able to access the care they need. But by lowering the cost of care and subsidizing providers, it still doesn't get low-income families the care that they need, because it widens that socioeconomic gap, and children from low-income families still cannot access the same quality of care that other children can, and that follows them through their educational journey. It is the more privileged, rather than the less privileged, who are reaping the greatest benefit from the government's policy on reduced contribution childcare. Because the childcare model that we use in Canada is based on that of Quebec, which has shown this exact thing. Low-income families access low-income care. So what do? Well, that is an ongoing debate, but I believe that we need more local solutions. We need solutions that are geared towards the areas that they are targeting. We need solutions that focus on education over babysitting, and we need a more robust early childhood education system so that we can draw people to communities that need that boost, and we can create a sustainable future for all Canadians, especially the young ones. Any questions?
Excellent. Well done, Roshni. All right, we're going to open it up to Q&A. We have some questions over in the chat over on YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead and present those. And then for those of you that have questions, make sure to use the raise hand function. So I'm assuming the Gothic academic is Christy, who has returned to the room. But this is a question for Tyler. Christy asks, I'm intrigued by the idea of fixed fluidity in regards to gender theory and the deconstruction and perhaps newly constructed gender. Can you elaborate more on the significance of language in the use of the word fixed and the potential conflict pairing of this with its opposite, fluid? Does this research explore the permeability of gendered bodies?
Yeah, so I think that thank you for your question, Christy. That's excellent. The language of gender is something that tends to see a lot of conflation. We see in a lot of literature that we're using the same terms to describe extremely different phenomena. So when we're talking about fluid identities, it's not something that's typically addressed very much in academic literature. And I don't know if that's just because that's being more recognized literally like as of the last couple of years or so as something that is real and existent, at least in Western cultures and in like contemporary, I could speak to the US at least, understanding. It's fixed fluidity for me is that fluidity is a state of gender. So if you are gender fluid is probably the best term you can use for that. That is just what you are. You are fixed on this spectrum of points. It doesn't have to be one position or the other. It's like being non-binary, I guess. It's a form of being non-binary, but instead of residing in this one particular non-gender ascribed space, it moves across a spectrum in that. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to speak about because, again, there's not a lot of academic literature surrounding that, and there's barely any on non-binary people. So we're just starting to see things for transgender individuals who are binary transgender individuals. So I hope to do more research on that and to incorporate it in the future, but there's just not a lot of it out there at the moment. I hope that at least partially addresses your question.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you, Tyler. All right. We also have one question from Ashley, and then I'll turn it over to Lainey to ask her question. Ashley on the YouTube chat said, this is a question for Heather. Have you considered how other countries go about this problem? For example, I know that in Italy, disability is given a percentage number and legal and social adaptation is based on that specific framework. Could a standardized assessment help in legal cases? Curious about your thoughts.
So that's a good question. I have considered them, although it's kind of beyond the scope of like the American politics research that I do sometimes. But America actually during the 80s tried to create kind of a standardized system for scoring disability. And it was used by the Social Security Administration actually to cut tons of people off the benefits rolls during the Reagan administration. So actually, like, I think that the functional definition of disability represents kind of a a better version of that, because it is kind of the result of like understanding that doctors are kind of fallible, and also at the same time using some sort of objective criteria. But at the same time, I think that, you know, it should be liberalized even further than that, honestly. I do think that there are some harms attendant to using kind of a scoring metric, though, given the past it's had in American politics specifically.
Great answer. And Lainey.
Hi, my question's for Heather. I was wondering if you have found a link between the ADA legislation and the Supreme Court decision of Buck v. Bell on eugenics, and how those two kind of come together.
Yeah, so that's something that I explore in my book project a little bit more, but ironically, Buck v. Bell has never been overturned. Technically, it is still good law. The National Women's Law Center just did a report that reveals that several states still actively practice and allow eugenic sterilization. So I don't think that there's as much of a link between the ADA and it, given the structures of the American legal system, though, because the ADA is a piece of federal legislation and eugenics has always been kind of the prerogative of states. Like Buck v. Bell specifically found that states are allowed to forcibly sterilize people. And so there's not much scope within the ADA to actually challenge eugenic practices, I think, which is a problem because of kind of the federalist system of how America's set up.
Excellent. Thank you, Heather. And Robert, you'll be our wrap-up question for this panel.
Great. So this question is also for Heather. So you said that 97% of ADA cases with employment litigation go against plaintiffs who have disabilities. But I mean, you also said that I think most Americans think that it would be the opposite. So I'm wondering why people think that people with disabilities who are plaintiffs would win those cases. Like where do those preconceived notions come from?
Yeah, so I think that the preconceived notions come from a few different places. First, I think that there's a tendency in American pop culture to think that like people are litigious and that they bring frivolous lawsuits and that plaintiffs win all the time, whereas like plaintiffs win maybe 50% of the time overall in court cases, which kind of assumes that there's kind of some sort of balance and counterweight by the court system in the first place. But also, I think that with disabled plaintiffs in particular, people understand the ADA is only a mechanism for removing physical barriers for people with disabilities to access like establishments and things like that. And I think it is the case that there are some law firms that are very litigious about, you know, trying to increase accessibility, but that's also, I think, a function of the fact that the ADA has been around for 30 years plus years, and like people still don't do basic things. So I think that it is kind of a myth that these drive-by lawsuits exist, but it is kind of grounded in the reality that a lot of these people do sue. And because their cases are so clear under Title III of the ADA that like, look, this is actually a physical barrier here, there's less of an attitudinal barrier by courts to actually, you know, enforce those specific types of litigation.
Excellent. Thank you, Heather. I actually do have one question for Roshni that I want to ask as we wrap up the panel and head into our lunch break. So a lot of the like conversation around like specifically like police abolition in particular focuses on like community accountability and other forms of like wealth or like kind of social and communal care, specifically of children and oversight. And so you had mentioned like a more localized approach to childcare measures, and I'm just like curious how like if you've looked at some of the literature in relation to like kind of abolitionist thought and like what your ideas are around that.
I haven't, no, but what I have looked at is specifically how family-based care leads to better outcomes for children. And that is something that our current systems do not take into account. when providing subsidy or care for childcare. And that's, again, to bring it to an Alberta context, that is something that we had. And unfortunately, it's not something that was continued. To not to bring politics into it, but it is something that we see whenever regime change happens, that a lot of these social systems will change as well, and not necessarily for the better for the people who actually need them.
We actually just have one more question in the chat for you, Roshni, that says, how do you think we can best help continue the push for work from home that has started from home that can actually help with childcare and access to work?
So that's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Because so many workplaces require that if you are working from home, your children are in some sort of other care. And I think that is more of a societal change as opposed to a localized change, that people can be parents and workers at the same time, and they don't need to be mutually exclusive. I think COVID showed us that people can work from home and they can take care of their children. But our current system doesn't allow for that. And it also doesn't really allow for people who choose not to work for whatever reason that may be, because they can't afford it, or they don't want to, or they simply feel like there would be a better quality of care at home. But in terms of access, I don't know. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Little round of applause for all of the presenters this morning. We're going to take a hour lunch break, I believe, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see you back here in about an hour. You're welcome to just turn off your cameras. We'll keep it rolling. I'm going to share my screen. It'll say the lunch break, but we'll see you back here in an hour. All right, everybody, it is time to reconvene after the lunch break. So welcome back. Now that we've had a little bit of a break, next up, we will have the final panel of today, which is going to begin with Hannah, then Erica, and then with Kelly, and then we will wrap up with Q&A as we have with the other sessions. So without further ado, Hannah Ramsey, do you need sharing on?
Yes.
Okay,
I think,
excellent.
okay.
Let me just make sure that you're co-host and then take it away.
Hold on, it's asking me to allow Zoom to share my, hold on, technical difficulties. Okay. Okay, can you see? Okay. Okay, hi everyone. So first of all, like to echo everyone else, thank you for hosting this. I don't often get the chance to exercise my presenting skills, specifically with science presentations and scientific data. So I'm excited to do that today. And so, yeah, my presentation is going to be a little bit different from everyone else's just because it is more on the scientific end of the spectrum. But I was lucky enough to be able to spend a few months in the Anneker Lab at New York State Psychiatric Institute studying the effects of early life adversity on neuroinflammation in females. And so I'm hoping to be able to share some of what we found this summer, but most of it's still like preliminary data. So I think I just click, okay. So just to give you a brief introduction into what early life adversity even is. So early life adversity, or ELA, describes the exposure of an individual to stressors during early stages of development. And typically what these stressors are for humans are maybe neglect or physical abuse, psychosocial abuse, even parental separation or fragmented parental care and parental or parent-child relationships. And that has been shown to contribute to certain psychiatric disorders in adulthood, primarily like mood-based disorders like major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder. And so what we wanted to do was understand the mechanisms underlying the etiology of psychiatric disorders that are caused by early life stress, if they even are, if early life stress even does cause these conditions. And so during development, the brain is particularly malleable, and you've probably heard that the brain does not fully mature until you're 25 years of age. So what we do is we use a mouse model. So just disclaimer, we do have animal research in this presentation, but we use a mouse model, and mice have, their brains also mature in a similar way, where they have synaptic formation and synaptic pruning, which synapses are just the connections between different between neurons, but they do not have 25 years. Obviously, they only have it's primarily from the day of birth to postnatal week 3. And so what we do is we study the development of that neural circuitry in the brains of mice. And our lab specifically focuses on the hippocampus because of its role in memory formation and its ability to facilitate learning and emotional recognition and expression. And so we wanted to understand how the hippocampus changes in response to early life adversity in mice, and how that might be able to translate to humans to develop potential therapies. And so, so hippocampal impairments in mice has been shown to disrupt memory encoding, specifically fear memory encoding, and result in elevated stress hormone levels. And I believe this has also been seen in humans in clinical research. So to study stress mechanisms, because I know that that's like an abstract concept. So to find a particular way of doing that in the brain, we examine microglia because of their role in neuroinflammation. And when the sympathetic nervous system is activated. So when you're stressed out, that is when inflammation often is upregulated. And so microglia in the brain, they're the chief immune cell in the central nervous system and in the brain, because we have a blood-brain barrier that prevents certain molecules and cells from entering, but microglia are the primary immune cell in the brain. So to understand inflammation in the brain, you would want to study microglia just because of how prolific they are, but they're not necessarily bad. They also have neuroprotective benefits. So you see in the first or the top image, the microglial cell, so the one with the extensions, is phagocytosing, or that means consuming the neuron. So if a neuron has a particular pathogenic particle, the microglial cell would consume it. But on the lower image, this is when the microglia are acting in a neuroprotective manner, in that they are pruning synapses. So they're still phagocytosing, but they are removing the synapses that are no longer being used. So during development, this pruning process occurs to refine connections between neurons, and that results in strengthened memory. And so in that way, they are actually beneficial. So we wanted to understand how microglia, what their profiles are in those who've experienced early life adversity, to understand, okay, are they acting in a pathogenic way or a more neuroprotective way, and how does that relate to behavior? And it's also important to note that serotonin is, or 5-hydroxytryptamine is like the technical term, but serotonin is a neurotransmitter that most of you probably know affects mood and anxiety. And we have preliminary data in the lab that suggests that if you increase serotonin signaling, you can rescue behavioral deficits that are seen from early life adversity. So my main motivating questions for this project were, does early life adversity alter the population of microglia and activity in the hippocampal dentate gyrus, which I'll introduce the dentate gyrus in a minute, and can increasing serotonin levels rescue the effects of early life adversity on microglia? So just to give a brief overview of the experimental timeline, most of this I was not directly involved in, but this is what the lab does as a whole. So we simulate early life adversity in mice by using a limited bedding and nesting model. So we have 2 cages, a control cage and a limited bedding and nesting cage. And in the control cage, the mouse dam, which is also just the mother, has sufficient bedding and a dome, whereas in the limited bedding and nesting cage, there is insufficient bedding and there is no dome. And so what the limited bedding kind of instigates in the mouse dam is kind of chaotic and erratic maternal care. And we believe that is a model of early life adversity. So the ELA mice are put in the limited bedding and nesting cage from postnatal day 3 to 10. So right within that, those few weeks where the brain is particularly malleable, so that we can ensure that when the early life adversity occurs, it's actually modeling what occurs in humans when the brain is developing and forming those critical connections. And then all the way at postnatal day 56, which is roughly adulthood in mice, we then take them and we subject them to a behavioral task. But I also want to note the right here, these 2 mice, we use 2 genotypes of mice. So there's one strand of mice are resilient to early life adversity because they have increased serotonin signaling, and one strand of mice is susceptible to early life adversity because they have decreased serotonin signaling. And by susceptible and resilient, I just mean to when they experience early life adversity, they don't show the same changes that we see in those so like the resilient don't show the same changes that the susceptible do. And so that suggests that serotonin has some effect on acting as a buffer. And so this is the behavioral task that we administer. So contextual fear conditioning is a 2-day procedure. And so what we do is we have 2 contexts, context A and B, and they visually are very dissimilar. Context A has square walls, white light, and a lemon scent. And then context B is circular and has colored walls and red light and an anise scent. And so on day 1 of contextual fear conditioning, the mouse is placed in a box and administered a shock for 2 seconds and then removed. And then on day 2, the same mouse is placed back in that context, and their freezing behavior is monitored, because freezing is indicative, we believe, of like fear behavior, or that they're fearful of where they received that initial shock, which would be expected because they are recounting that shock. And then context B, after a few hours on day 2, we place them in context B, and we then measure freezing behaviors to see, are they freezing as much as they are in context A? Because if they do, that means that they're generalizing their fear, because now their context B is a neutral context. And so for them to be freezing in a context where they did not receive the shock would mean that likely their memory is being impaired and they're generalizing their fear. And so after we do the behavioral task, we then obtain the tissue, and this is an image of the dentate gyrus. And so we take a section of the tip of the dentate gyrus and we stain for certain proteins. And so this is a very fluorescent image, but we have 3 different markers. So we have CD68, DAPI, and IBA1. And so DAPI just stains for all cells, but the 2 markers of interest are CD68, which stain for activated microglia, so those that are phagocytosing, and then IBA1 stains for total microglia. And so it's also important to note the dentate gyrus, the structure here, there's 2, depending on like the position in the brain that you're in, there's the dorsal and ventral, and the dorsal dentate gyrus is involved in fear memory encoding, whereas the ventral dentate gyrus is involved in initiating like an innate anxiety response. And so they're both related, but they have different distinct kind of functions. And so I noticed that when I was doing the analysis, there were different expression patterns in the microglia of the CD68. So I decided to break down the different expression patterns into 4 states, so that we can consider like one state as being active, because you could argue that some of them aren't as active as others. So for the sake of the data that I'm presenting here, we only considered state 1, the somatic dendritic expression, so within the center of the microglia, and then its extensions also, and then the others we didn't count as active, just to ensure that they were completely, that we were counting all kind of equally and not, just to standardize the process really. So the result this is based on data that was already analyzed before I came to the lab, but this is the behavioral data that shows that early life adversity increases fear overgeneralization, specifically in female mice. So as you can see in this graph here, the discrimination ratio is lower for females exposed to early life adversity, meaning that they froze more in context B than the control group. And so that suggests that they are generalizing fear, and that the dentate gyrus circuitry in that region of the brain may have been impaired due to early life adversity, resulting in weaker or less refined connections. And so they have a behavioral deficit. And then we see that when we increase serotonin signaling, that the discrimination ratio improves. And so that suggests that serotonin has some effect there in rescuing overgeneralization effects. But in males, we do not see any of those differences, which is interesting. And I feel like that goes beyond the scope of what I was studying, but that's something that is a hot topic in scientific literature, just because males are often used as the standard like animal, or sex as the animal, but we specifically focus on females and saw this difference. And then we also see that early life adversity increases corticosteroid or sterone levels in female mice, and that's just similar to cortisol in humans. And it wasn't necessarily rescued as much. There was no significant rescue of that effect when we increased serotonin signaling, but we still see an increase that's similar to control the control here. So yes, and males are pretty standard across. And then this shows, so this is more focused on the microglia. This is not specifically what I focused on this summer, but also I know I'm out of time, but I'm almost done. So here the mouse is exposed to a second adulthood or stressor in adulthood, and we see that the microglia activity, so those expressing CD68, is heightened in the dorsal dentate gyrus and the ventral dentate gyrus. So that means that inflammation has increased, which we would expect in those experiencing early life adversity, because inflammation is often a sign of stress. So we would expect when they're exposed to a stressor later in adulthood, if our hypothesis is that early life adversity causes increased stress later on in life in adulthood, then we would expect the microglia to increase in activity. However, this is the data that I was analyzing this summer, and we saw that for the population of microglia, there was no significant change, but in the percentage of active microglia, we saw that there was a decrease in activity in the dorsal dentate gyrus. And so we haven't run significance on it, but we can tell like that is a pretty significant decrease, not so much in the ventral. But what we believe this might indicate is that the dorsal dentate gyrus, because it's primarily responsible for memory encoding and it's decreased in activity, we believe that the decrease in activity in the dorsal dentate gyrus may suggest that the microglia that are responsible for synaptic pruning and strengthening connections between neurons and strengthening the memory, that they're not as active due to early life stress. So when they receive the shock, when they're placed in CFC1A, when they're placed in the box and administered the shock, yes, the shock is considered a stressor, but it's not as strong as a stressor as the forced swim test, which is when the mouse is placed in a jar of water and swims to survive just for a few minutes. And so when they're placed in this box, and this is primarily assessing for their ability to encode a memory of their surroundings. And since there's a deficit here, we believe that memory and learning is being kind of impaired in the female mice that have experienced early life adversity. So these are just a few representative images. But to conclude, we've noticed and conclude that female mice exposed to early life adversity have an increased fear over generalization in adulthood, and they have increased corticosteroid levels, and that microglia activity in the dentate gyrus, specifically the dorsal dentate gyrus, decreases in early life adversity exposed female mice following contextual fear conditioning 1A. So in the context where they receive the shock and are encoding memory about their environment, and that may suggest an impaired learning response. And we also see that increasing serotonin signaling may rescue this effect and promote learning and the ability to store memories and encode memories. And we also see that microglia activity increases in the dentate gyrus following an acute stressor that is sufficient in intensity and duration later in adulthood, which might suggest an impaired stress response. So that's kind of just an overall view of the project. I know I kind of went a little bit over, I'm sorry. But thank you for listening.
Excellent job, Hannah. Round of applause. All right, so now next up we have Erica. Erica, do you need sharing privileges for a presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me just go ahead and add you. All right, there you go. Take it away.
All right. Okay, is that visible? And is this audible? Maybe. All right. So, hi, I'm Erica Rumbold. I just finished my a master's degree at Northwestern University, and I'm presenting my research on evaluation metrics for music source separation. So first, I'll just kind of get into a couple key concepts that are important for this work. We're starting very broad with just how we as humans hear. As humans, we have an innate ability to separate and focus on certain sounds. Like if we're in a coffee shop, we can hear music playing, espresso machines running, other people talking. But if we're focused on our own conversation with each other, we'll be aware of those sounds, but they won't be as prominent in our perception. And computer audition is a topic in machine learning that is generally the study of how machines can learn how to parse audio like we do as humans. Under computer audition, there is a topic of source separation, which is the isolation of sources in a mixture. In speech, this is typically multiple people speaking at once on a recording and separating those individuals. In music, it can be more flexible. Sometimes it is separating the voice from the accompaniment from the band, or it could be multi-instrument, separating each instrument type into its own audio track. Most commonly, these types, or stems as I will be calling them, are vocals, drums, bass, and other. So in general, audio quality evaluation is just how good does this sound, which is pretty broad. So in source separation, we tend to narrow that down to, does the separated stem or separated audio track contain sounds that shouldn't be there? So for example, this is a separated vocals track that has some percussion cutting in. If you have headphones, it might be helpful to hear it. So a little faint maraca and other percussion cutting in. There's a lot of ways to evaluate audio. We can break this down into subjective methods and objective methods. Subjective is just plainly human evaluation, having humans listen to it and tell you how good it sounds. There are a lot of different protocols that can be followed to acquire human evaluation data. Depending on what you want the data to do later on, it will affect your decision of what protocol to use. If your subjective listening data can also be affected by where you conduct your study, whether it's in a lab or online. Each one has its own benefits and detriments. A lab-based study is a controlled environment, usually using a specific type of headphones, computer, and like maybe in a soundproofed room. Whereas online, you can't really control that. In a lab, there's also strict eligibility criteria like age, because our hearing starts to go as we age. Whether or not you've been diagnosed with a hearing disorder, or sometimes you need to be musically trained or trained in audio production. And because of these limitations, fewer participants are drawn towards lab-based studies, but these fewer participants give multiple responses during their time. Whereas online, eligibility criteria is less strict because it is less enforceable or verifiable. But that attracts more participants because you don't need to meet that criteria, but they will give fewer responses. But in any case, subjective assessments are expensive and super time consuming to conduct. It's just not really efficient in machine learning. But right now, it's the best way that we can understand how we hear, is asking humans how we hear. So there are alternatives in the objective method realm. These usually take one of two forms. The first is a closed form equation, or a calculation of some amount of error in comparison to the ground truth version of the audio. So for example, there is signal to distortion ratio, which is the most commonly used metric for music source separation. It considers an estimated signal S hat to be comprised of 4 components: the target, or the ground truth signal, and then 3 types of distortion, which are interference, noise, and artifacts. It then calculates the ratio between the target signal and the distortion that is present in the estimate. There are other type of objective evaluation metrics that are prediction models, or usually deep nets that are trained to predict a quality rating. So they're trained to predict MOS or MUSHRA, for examples. These models are very beneficial and handy because they don't always require a ground truth signal. And this is very important in most cases. We're working with audio that doesn't have a ground truth signal. Like if we were to source separate a recording from a live concert, there wouldn't be a recording of each individual instrument playing separately exactly how they performed it live. Prediction models are popping up in the speech domain, but none that I know of yet have been developed to handle music data, which is very different. So in general, the goal for computer audition tasks is to create audio that sounds good to listeners, to human listeners. So we need an evaluation method that correlates well to human perception. So if a human thinks a piece of audio sounds good, the evaluation score, it should also say that it's good. Human evaluation would, of course, be correlated to human perception because it is exactly human perception, but it's really expensive and time-consuming to execute. SDR, the most commonly used metric, has been shown to not correlate well with human perception. And other metrics that out there that exist have not been investigated for their correlation in this way. So I decided to look into these other metrics to see how well they compare to SDR and how similar to human opinion they are. First, I started with a subjective data study. I conducted a mean opinion score study. I used music from the MuseDB dataset, which is the most commonly used dataset for music source separation. I used a subset of it to strike an even distribution of genres, tempos, and male and female voices. I separated the songs that I chose using 5 different separation models. I chose them from Papers with Code, which hosts a leaderboard that shows the best performing separation models up to date on the MuseDB dataset. So I chose 5 separators that struck the high, middle, and low ranks of this leaderboard, and they have an even distribution of how they handle data, whether it's spectrogram or waveform. The assessment kind of one of the questions looked like this. There were 10 audio examples per assessment that they had to rate, 1 stem per type per assessment, so all 10 questions would be bass or all 10 would be drums. And there were 2 rating criteria: presence of other instruments and presence of artifacts or sound that cannot be determined to be an instrument. And asking these 2 questions separately has become more common in the audio space. Here, we'll look at my subjective data results. This is the correlation of how people rated things and how similar they were to each other. These are the Spearman rank correlation coefficients, which is bounded on -1 to 1. 1 means perfect a correlation, they answered things exactly the same. -1, they were inverse, and 0 means no correlation. On average, everyone was about 0.3 and some change correlated to each other. So that means listeners agreed with each other about 1/3 of the time. Next, I looked at the correlation between the subjective, the mean opinion score results, and the objective metrics. I chose 5, SDR, the one I've been mentioning, SI-SDR, which is related to SDR, L1 and L2 are distance measures, and FAD is a hybrid of a calculation and a neural network solution. we can see here that the best correlation was achieved by L2 loss on the base examples with 0.246 as the correlation coefficient. However, 0.246 is quite low. It doesn't show a strong relationship. It also is lower than the correlation between humans to each other, which was about 0.33. So another thing to point out, SDR, the kind of greenish bar here, was the absolute worst in bass and no correlation in drums and vocals, with negative 0.3 in the bass. But this is supposedly this is the most commonly used metric. It's supposed to be the best. Here is the same for other instruments as opposed to artifacts. The difference is not as stark, but we can see that there is no strong relationships shown here. So after this, I looked into the question of how these evaluation metrics rank source separators and if they are similar at all. So this is similar to the Papers with Code leaderboard, saying this is the best performing separation model, this is the lowest performing. Here are the ranks according to each metric, SDR, SISDR, and so forth. MOS at the end is our subjective data. The first two columns, we can see those are about exactly the same, which makes sense as how they are related metrics. But then when we keep going to the right, none of these rank orders is the same. So especially when we get to subjective, the mean opinion score, it has WaveNet, the model WaveNet, at the very top. The people said that WaveNet was the best performing model, whereas everyone else said it was either 4th or 5th place. So I also looked at the mean opinion scores that each separator got themselves. We can see everything is it's within 3, specifically between 3 and 3.4. This is a very small range, especially compared to what we would expect from the Papers with Code leaderboard. There should be a more stark difference between the top and bottom ranks. With these means in mind, I looked at the distribution of ratings, and it logically makes sense that everyone had mostly 3s and 4s as their ratings, according to what these values here. But according to Papers with Code, we would expect that source separation WaveNet, which was the worst, should have had a lot more 1s and 2s and like fewer 3s and 4s. So I thought maybe the listeners here heard something that I didn't. So I have a listening example. This is what this audio should sound like. This is vocals from a hip hop song.
I'm gonna tell us over, cuz. Whenever you decide to run from me, make sure you far gone. You gone. Just know I'm gonna tell us over, cuz.
And this is hybrid demux. This is, according to Papers with Code and most of the other objective metrics, one of the top performing models.
I'm gonna tell us over, cuz. Whenever you decide to run from me, make sure.
It sounds very similar to the ground truth. Here's source separation WaveNet. There's a lot of other noise happening. You can barely hear the vocals at this point, but it actually achieved a 3.57 mean opinion score, which is quite high. It towards mid upper range, and not far off from the best performing of hybrid demux. And if you look at these spectrograms, you can see all this is quite noisy. So what happened? A lot of things could have affected these results. Participants could have not understood the task. I did explain what we were looking for as far as like what artifacts meant, what other instruments meant, and I ran it by test audiences who understood, but there could have been still confusion. Maybe I could have made it more clear. There's also things like 28% of the responses said that they took the study in an environment that was at least somewhat noisy. And I tried eliminating that data from the distribution, but it seemed that it only affected it very marginally. There could have been people just giving answers willy-nilly just to get paid quickly. I tried eliminating them as well. It did not affect the distribution that much. And it would be impossible to prove, but it could have been to participants not just doing things with integrity, or they could have just genuinely not been able to hear the things we were looking for. So none of the objective metrics was consistent with a mean opinion score, but the mean opinion score data that I got might not have been good. I also found that ranking source separation models by different criteria yielded different results. So why is papers with code ranking things with SDR if it's, how can we say that is the baseline? And in the future, I'm looking to make a more well-rounded music data set that hits a better distribution of genres and all. I want to conduct a mushra study instead of MOS to see if that helps the ratings. And then I want to also develop a new evaluation model that actually correlates to human perception, ideally trained on that mushra data. But thank you for all for listening. If you want to listen to any of the separated audio, it is on my website.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you, Erica. And that's excellent that it's also on a public facing website that you can share your research with a wider audience. And now we are going to move on to Kelly. Kelly, you're wrapping us up for the day. So take us out with a bang.
All right. Can you make me co-host, please, so I can share?
Of course. Yes.
Thank you. Also, I have been having internet connections, so problems. So if I just start spamming me in the chat, if I suddenly go out.
Okay, will do.
All right. All right. So my name is Kelly Lorich, and I'm a graduate student in applied math at UC Davis. And today I'm going to be talking about some research that I started just this past April with my advisor called Numerical Study of Flagella Movement in Fluids. So the first question, so just an outline of my presentation. We're doing a quick introduction, then what the research questions are, then some preliminary results, and then finally like what's going on currently and what's moving on next in the research. So the first question is, what are flagella? And a flagellum is a thin thread-like structure that enables small bacteria and sperm to swim. So just basically think of something that moves like this. Here's a picture that's auto-generated, and I have a video visualization as well. So, and so in math, we're trying to basically encode this movement of the swimming. So you can see here, this kind of has a more distinct pattern, even though the tail at the end is kind of doing crazy things. And then this version, it's really going crazy. It's just kind of the end. It seems like it'd be very hard to track what it was doing. And then finally, this one, it's just very chaotic. So tracking that is going to be difficult. That's what we're trying to do. So moving on. And so basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to look at this flagellum and discretize it. So we can basically see where it is, where it's going, where it's been. And so we want to discretize the moving curve by sampling the position of the flagella at discrete times and then approximating those positions. So the discrete times is kind of like, you can think like stop motion animation sort of thing. So at different discrete points, and then you just take different points along the flagella. So you can see here in this visualization I have that like, we can basically sample it at like these 6 points and track those parts of the flagella, or we could do it with more points, as you can see here. And then we can feed these values basically into the model that I have, and then that'll tell us the swimming speed of the flagella at different times. So how do we know that this discretization then is a good approximation? Well, we can tell if this is a good approximation by doing something that's called a refinement study. So a refinement study is basically when we add more and more points onto the flagella, like I showed here, going from 6 to 10. And then we throw those different discretizations of the flagella into our model, and then we compare the swimming speed that the model gives us back. And we want basically as we throw more and more points onto the flagella, we basically want that our model gives us back a swimming speed that is getting closer and closer to the actual swimming speed of the flagella. So we want our approximation to converge, is what that's called. So, but if we don't know, like if we're doing this for some, a model, we may not know what the swimming speed of the actual flagella is. So we don't have a number to compare it to. And so how can we look at the error of that? And so a way we can do that is look at something called the relative difference. So if we throw two different discretizations in, and we get two swimming speeds back, say call them V1 and V2. So say we threw in like 6 points in and 10 points in discretized, and then we get two swimming speeds back. We can compare those swimming speeds by taking the difference and dividing them by the maximum of those. And as we keep throwing in different numbers, so like we discretize it with 6 points and 10 points, and then the next time we discretize it with say 10 points and 15 points, and we keep doing that, we want those relative differences to be getting smaller, meaning that as we throw more points in, we want basically the differences between like 15 points and 20 points to be smaller than the differences between like 6 points and 10 points. And this is a way to look to see basically if our swimming speeds are converging to the actual swimming speed without knowing what the actual swimming speed is. However, there might be some problems with discretizing it. So a classical method that people do in the field to discretize a flagella is basically ignoring the thickness. So you just take the flagella and stick some points on it basically to approximate and then track where those points are going throughout time. So you just discretize what's called along the center line. But we're not accounting for the thickness at all here. We're also not accounting for the fact that it's changing thickness. We're just basically imagining it as one straight, infinitely thin line. And so if we do that, well, first of all, if you want, here is a visualization of what happens if we do that. So basically, we have these points discretized, and we can see it kind of moves like this. And this is what our model gives back out for us. And so if we don't account for this thickness, we get a refinement that looks kind of like the picture here on our right. So again, as I talked about, remember these points here are those relative differences that I just mentioned. And we have here this blue line, which is just the line of best fit. And so if we want those differences to keep getting smaller and smaller, we want our slope basically be as big as possible because it's measuring how fast they're getting smaller essentially. And so you can see here our slope is negative 0.25. It's not a good number. We want our slope to be at least -1. We don't want it to be, so negative 0.25 is much too small. As you can see, the relative differences, they're all kind of about the same, right? They're all within 0.1 and 0.2. And here is the difference between, I think, 50 and 100 points on the flagella. And here's the difference between 200 and 400 points on the flagella. So it's really not that much of a difference. So the relative differences aren't changing at all, which means we're not seeing convergence. And why are we not seeing convergence is because we're not accounting for the thickness. So the way that the method that I used works, it's basically saying, oh, well, we only have so many points. Oh, basically, we only have like so many points along the flagella, basically, and then you add more, it's artificially making it thinner. So it's imagining that every time we add more points, we're making it thinner and thinner, which is not a good approximation. So we have to go to a different method. And so how we can still use the same model but fix this is instead of sampling along the center line, which is the blue points you see here, which is what we did before, now we can basically sample along the edges. So we add these little circles around each point, basically, and then you draw these little circles. They are circles, they're just tilted right now to be in 3D. And so you add these little circles, and basically you just discretize along those circles. So you sample a lot of points along each of those circles. And then at the ends, the reason they're shaded in is because you have to basically add like a cylindrical head at the ends, because if you don't, the way the fluid model works is the fluid will flow through the middle of the cylinder, and obviously that does not happen in real life. So you have to add some cylindrical ends. And so the way this looks, if we model it, is it looks like this. So now you can see we clearly have some thickness prescribed to it. And now so that should hopefully help and see if this converges to our actual model. And so does this fix the problem? Well, if you see on the left here, that's the picture we had before, where the slope was negative 0.25 when we're looking at the relative differences of the swimming speed. And then here on the right side, we have a new picture. And I know from the way the slopes look kind of the same, but if you look at the y-axis here, you see that our points now range from -10 to the -2 to 10 to the -4, which is a lot smaller. And our slope is now -3.72. So now we see as we're adding more points along the flagella, we are getting smaller and smaller swimming speeds, which is exactly what we want. That means we're seeing convergence, which means our model converges, which is like the first step. So that's a good thing. And so now that we've got this model that seemingly converges, how can we tie it back to real data? So this is in math what is known as like a toy model. So basically we can like throw in like specific things that work very well for the model, like a specific like curvature that works, and then like a specific radius of the flagella and like length. And so we can basically like throw nice things at it and see if it works. But now we want to make sure it works in correspondence to real data. So the first thing we can do is like basically look at specific length and like radii of like typical lengths and radii. So like, for example, for sperm, it's usually like for mammal sperm, it's usually like if the length is a gross, extension, but like if the length is about like 100 units, then the radius is going to be about 1. And then for this other type of thing that we're looking at, which is called clammy, or this is the full name, but this is a type of like green algae, and you can see they have 2 flagella on them. And so if the length of this is 10, then the radius is usually 1. So we can throw like those kind of ratios into our model and see if they work, and turns out they do work, which is good. So the model works for like these typical ratios, but then how can we now compare it to like actual data? And so there's basically 2 steps we have to go through here. And this is kind of like what I'm working on now. And so I've currently only developed this one model that we were looking at, which is based off of a method of solving the fluid equations called Stokes-Litz. And however, there's more options that need to be tested to determine the best method. And so this is kind of a classic like numerical analysis problem, is like determining best method. So best can mean many things. It can mean most accurate, it can mean fastest, it can mean most robust, which means when you divide by very, very small numbers, which is like similar to a computer can almost read that sometimes is dividing by 0, which is a bad thing. Then we want it to still work in those situations. So that's what robust means. And so it's up to the mathematician to decide like what parameters are the best, but we'll be following kind of a similar study from a paper by Martindale that kind of determines like for which type of flagella each method works the best. And then the next step, of course, is what I mentioned before, which is the data. So you want to tie this model explicitly back to real data. So currently my research group has a lot of clammy flagella data. And so I'm working on a method right now that picks out the most important parameters from that data and then is able to throw those parameters into the model so we can compare the data and the model to see if they match up. And so the goal of a mathematician here is to form the model and determine the best model for each scenario, and then give those like parameters and the models to biologists and engineers for their research. And so here are my references, and thank you so much for listening. And thank you to everyone at Accepted Society for hosting.
Way to go, Kelly. Way to go, everybody. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up for Q&A or just general feedback on the presentations today. Well, within this panel, of course.
I actually had a question for Erica. I was just curious if the SDR method you were talking about uses or any of the methods use the Fourier transform to pick out frequencies of sound.
Oh yeah, we usually use the Fourier transform to convert waveforms. So it's kind of like we know what away from kind of looks like just the
Yeah.
wiggles of sound. We use that to convert it to a spectrogram. And
Okay, got it.
most often spectrogram separation is more accurate because we can see which frequencies to pull out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Katie has a question.
Yeah, it's for Erica. I was just wondering what do you use this research for? Like, well, what's it applicable for?
Yeah, so I think more broadly, music source separation can be used in like audio production, like audio recording, any hearing aids, even to be able to more focus more on what you want to listen to and not the music playing in a coffee shop. That would be really helpful for hearing aids as well. Home home assistant devices like the one on your phone or Amazon's. I'm not going to say her name, but yeah, to be able to isolate your voice from maybe you're in a crowd or you have a lot of people over. Anyways, to isolate, yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I have another question for Hannah. Am I getting that right? Hannah, you're the one who presented on this panel? Yeah, okay. I was wondering if like in any literature review or scholarship review that you guys talked about the use of transcranial magnetic stimulation in treatment for maybe mood disorders that develop from early life adversity. Because I know it's a treatment that targets the hippocampus and attempts to like stimulate the neurons to act in a different way. So I was just wondering if that's something that ever came across your plate.
Yeah, so I think that's definitely in the clinical research. I've read that it has been used for like depression and I don't know if bipolar disorder, but yeah, for a lot of the mood disorders, we haven't like focused on that specifically, but it has come up in the literature. But like primarily the lab that I'm in right now focuses on psychopharmacology. So working with like psilocybin and certain pharmaceuticals. I just know psilocybin's been in the news a lot lately because it's a hot topic with psychedelics and stuff, but it's primarily with like molecules, but I do know that transmagnetic or transcranial magnetic stimulation, I think that is, it has been used. So I do know it is a treatment for depression, but yeah, we haven't looked at that specifically.
Kelly, so this might be like completely far afield because my scientific knowledge is next to nothing other than having worked in medical device research. And I'm like really curious as to like how your findings potentially connect to like, I mean, does it have any connection or any impact on like, for example, fertility treatments or the way that study designs are like created around I mean, honestly, just general fertilization.
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, I know right now we're like dealing with a lot of FLAMI data, so not as much because the data we got from Penn State only doesn't have as much. FLAMI data doesn't have as much sperm data, but I do know that my group focuses on viscoelastic fluids, which are like sticky, stretchy fluids, which are obviously like kind of what deals with like fertility and stuff like that. So I do think there's definitely some applications, but like I kind of mentioned, like our job is more to like make the model and then let the biologists do their analysis of it. And so like we work with the biologists obviously to like give them the best model that they want for their research. But I mean, I definitely think it could, but I don't think at the moment we're not like quite there yet because we're still making the models and stuff. Yeah, but I think so.
Excellent.
Yeah, I hope I try. I know I don't have like a very STEM audience, so I tried very hard to like take out all of the math. So I know I tested it on my my boyfriend first, and he was confused by the word slope. So I was like, okay, hopefully slope does not distinguish this. So yeah.
That was excellent. All of you did such a great job. Are there any other questions from the group that we've got here for our presenters in this final panel. All right, well, that officially concludes the first annual research symposium for Accepted Society. Thank you to Katie for coming up with the idea and doing all of the organization. And thank you to everyone who presented today, as well as for all of you that just showed up for your community and supported everybody here at Accepted Society. It really means a lot that you showed up, and that those of you that presented and potentially even presented for the first time took the plunge and were willing to share your work. It was so great to get to hear a little bit more about what you all are working on, and hopefully more of you will sign up for future research symposiums and other public events that we hope to put together. So thank you all so much for being here, and we will see you all very soon in the workshops and whatnot, and hope you all have a lovely day.
And if anyone has any feedback for us on how the symposium went and the organization of it, please let us know, because we always want to improve.
Yes, and we would like to host many more public events to share your guys' work. So anything that we can do in order to support you, as well as to hopefully broadcast your research and your voices, would be an honor. So anyhow, hope you all have a lovely day, and we will talk to you and see you all very soon. Okay.